is code.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Call this meeting to order. This will be our regular meeting, June 9th, 2022. See everybody again. We do have everybody present. Justin, can you hear us?
Oh, Justin might not be on yet.
Yes. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Craig Healy, our new director from District Craig. Yeah, that's what I said, didn't I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pray isn't pray on.
District 2, right?
District 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
make sure. Oh, thank you. I forgot my iPad. So welcome aboard. If you have any questions or stop us, or there's a lot of.
Yeah. No, I'm thrilled to be a part of it. I've had nothing but great interactions with staff and other board members so far. So
Good.
I'm really looking forward to it. I have our niece is getting married in Steamboat on Saturday, and that's why I'm masked up and I don't want to blow it.
Yeah,
So
don't do that.
looking forward to seeing a lot of family and everything on Saturday.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Carl.
I probably the only one here that doesn't know you, I guess. I'm Carl Trick from up in Jackson County. Tell me a little bit about yourself,
Well, let's
your
see.
background.
My funny name Craig is, I'm a junior, so my dad was Frank and I was Craig growing up, so that's right.
I'm a junior also.
I got that. Craig was my great uncle's last name, so it's an Irish name, so that's how I ended up with that. But no, I grew up in beautiful Buffalo, New York, and came to Colorado for college in 1970, and there was no reason to move back to Buffalo. The steel plants were closing down, so things were shutting down there. But no, I've been involved in Grand County. I worked for George Engel at ski school in the early 70s. Got on the ski patrol in 1977, and my career has been geology, groundwater, and I specialized in water rights, water supply, clean water, water law, those sorts of things. Mainly in Colorado, but throughout the West. I guess locally I've been on, let's see, I was president of the Colorado Headwaters Land Trust, on their board for seven or 8 years till I termed out. I'm still on the ski patrol. The bell curve, I'm at the low end of the bell curve on that. And I do work for Habitat. And my wife Nina's on the board at Habitat. And so we're finishing our second little home there in Hot Sulphur. But no, I'm thrilled. Dick was most gracious during the election process. And I talked to him before I put my name in, and he couldn't have been nicer. So I'm really looking forward to working with you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. to interrupt.
No, that's okay. So we do have a member comment period. We just,
You can go ahead and approve the minutes.
he just stepped out. So yeah, let's go to minutes of previous meetings. Everybody look at them. Any corrections or changes?
Move to approve the minutes of the May meeting.
Thanks, Liz. We got a motion by Liz and a second by Carl. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Attorney's report, Levi.
Busy month. If you have any questions? Executive session.
Any questions for Levi?
Yeah, are we gonna do the, you usually do the overview of
Fiduciary duty.
Right,
Yeah,
I
as
saw
a new
that.
director, I think it's probably a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Do that next month if it works in the schedule.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll work. We'll make it.
I think you're the first person to actually ask for that, Kristen.
Well,
I don't wanna be the only one.
we're
Like, it's
supposed
the
to
special
do it
treatment.
once a year, it says
Yeah.
by policy. So,
But like I said, I think she's the first one to ever ask.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the most enthralling thing, but yes, I will do that.
Great.
Okay, perfect. All right, Mark.
She's out there so she can let him in. Okay,
He's coming back up, getting
Okay.
going. Bryce might be scheduled for next month, so, I mean, if he wants to do it, he can do it too.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
we're ready for it. If you want to pull up a chair up front or stand or however you want to.
I need to move to more light, maybe. We got more light, right?
Yeah.
I appreciate the board taking some time to listen with me today. I did at one time, and talking to Mark here a couple times, I guess, he knows I'm pretty frustrated. And in the process, I'm going back through a number of years, and I'm hearing stuff on the street. And I know sometimes I have here now, and it's a little hard to speak, but at the same time, it needs to be spoken, I believe. So let me stay on course here and kind of read it. That'll be better for all of us, I think, according to my wife, which is probably true.
Sir, for the notes, what's your name? I don't.
My
believe
name
in
is
it.
Dennis Carpenter,
Dennis Carpenter.
and I live in Crimley.
All right, thank you.
I go clear back to Helen, and Sam, and George, Floyd. I'm the son of a United States Bureau of Reclamation lineman. I was taught at a young age that the benefits of an REA. I even know the 20-mile story to one house by heart. So I'm here today as a member and owner to learn and to share. My first question has to do with line locates on the customer owner side of the meter. When the young contractor showed up after having trouble locating the Kremling Airport, this is our subcontractor that's helping us right now. He informed me that he could not go locate on the other side of the meter. I was surprised with that because we've done this one last year even, and we used one of our Mountain Park Electric guys that laid out the complete area and another part of the airfield, on another part of the airfield, keeping us out of all kinds of power to the ramp lights and to the fuel farm. He did an excellent job. So I called our office here in Granby to get the list of some locators to help us, and I got bounced around all over the office. Was on hold for an amazing amount of time and got, I don't know. I asked a friend of mine that got me to Todd Purdue, and we spent the better part of 2 hours locating all the way to the new hangar that we had going there. It's a real minefield there. All about 10 or 12 meters right there in one place going to. We started digging the next day, and about 40 foot out, we got into the runway lights and the AWAS lights and the wires, which lay down, which are laid down because they didn't have any power to them. The power wasn't called for yet unless you turn them on, obviously. We thought they were, and we did feel like with the knowledge that we had, that the airport lights was 2 structures on down the line. And that's why we kind of relaxed. I don't know if that's why we didn't pay much attention to that, I guess you'd say, even after 2 hours. But when we called for help from Mountain Park Electric guys and the county guys, they come whipping in and drove right up to a box that had our number on, had a number of locks on it, knew exactly where the runway lights was. That's when the burn started for me. I put up with a lot to that point, I felt like, but they knew exactly where it was and where the silent wires were. We ordered special FAA wire, which is over, I think it's, what is it, 5,000 volts approved and a volt, and we were able to splice it together. We never missed a lick on the, but we spliced it together and put it in a volt. And there are 10 to 12 meters servicing 24 Mountain Park alone owners here in that one place. I would like, and I want to say, I've been told, Mark told me that this is a liability issue by us not checking these anymore. And I'm thinking, man, we are in the electric business. Everything we do is a liability. You know, liability to me is becoming a real escape, if you will. And I was curious as to whether this came from staff or came from board, because let me get back on script here. I would like this policy to be reviewed by the board as a help to the owners of this co-op. I also want to know if you want to share in the $2,800 repair bill that would have been avoided if our guys had done the location, because they just went right to it. They knew where it was. Okay, that was my first point. My second point, I've been asked and told that our general manager lives in Alaska. This might be a part of the flu period that we went through. I don't know that. I'm not, obviously I haven't sat here and learned all of what you guys have. But after more than 45 years in business, I know that the importance to know what's going on around the coffee pot and the water cooler. I'm picking up a lack of communication, encouragement, exodus of personnel. I'm hearing about, I got rude response to owners or anybody, as far as I know. In this case, it was owners. Help in seeing a job coordinated with another job. I mean, I'm used to that. I work with a lot of contractors, and we coordinate. We work it so it works best for everybody. I believe there's a bunch of unhappy guys or people. I have more, but I'm going to stop here. I don't want to go on. I would like to help come up with some of the answers. I don't want to be the guy that shows up with all the whining, but I do want to let you know I'm not alone here when I say some of these things. I'm willing to help in any way I know. Also, I want to point out, I'll get off that script. I wrote that late last night. I know that I believe there's only over 62 employees that we have going. Not like employees, there are guys that do this. And I've been around a lot of substations, power poles and structures and things, and I believe we have great equipment. I just see it. And I know we've spread out into some hydro stuff, and I know we're working on the broadband and some of that, but and I believe in our guys. But boy, that it doesn't have the I'm not feeling the love, and I'm hearing about it. And then I pick up, I last night I mentioned to a guy, well, I'm going to go talk to the board tomorrow and see if I can. Do you have anything to say? And he's usually like this, and he didn't have anything to say. Nobody wants any trouble and doesn't want to pass it on or whatever. But you guys don't know unless you know. So I thought I'd make a trip up here today and ask you to do some of that. In the past, I've been able to, because we've had a couple situations in the last 50 years that we've went over, and we were able to come to agreement on one of them. The other one I still disagree with. Like I say, I know the 20-mile story, and it's an REA I believe that we should share and not hang one person up over power. That was a battle I lost a while back, although the board said if I could come up with a computer system that would monitor that and do that to bring it back. So when I took that to the owner, he simmered down, and that was the end of that. 8 structures later. So, but I owe it to myself, and I owe it to the company to get back here for some of the board meetings. I understand last time we barely had a quorum, but that's saying something in itself. So I'm way off script. I better stop. But and I'm willing, like I say, to work however that might be. I don't have a lot of times highly involved, but I think that we need to make ourselves proud again. Yeah, I don't know exactly what that'd take, but we've run away from some of the things that Mountain Parks Electric. We've run away from that. We don't need to be a big corporation. We just need to take care of business, I believe. We'll call it good. If you have any questions, I don't know how this works, whether you have just done or if you have a question or.
Yeah, does anybody, Mark, maybe you can
Well-
spread some color on the locate issues.
Yeah.
We don't have an employee anymore that does it, subcontracted out.
Right. The employee that we had retired, and it was not something that is easy to replace skill set wise. We found a contractor, and the reports that we have from the employees and from most members are that everybody is very satisfied with the contractor that we have. They do locates for others, including Excel in the area. And it was a liability issue because our employee historically had been out and identifying all lines that were out there. And as you see in the, well, as we will see in the board report and the safety report, there was a line that was mismarked for Excel that our crews, when they were out, they ended up digging into. And so then we potentially are liable for that cost. And with the line that Dennis talked about, if we had not marked that and he had dug into it, then we would be liable for that cost. And we don't know where all of the lines are necessarily, because not everybody that is doing secondary lines on the customer side of it is doing it to the standard that we do to make it that it's easy to identify. So that's why we made the change. And we also did it as a cost measure because it's less expensive, not a tremendous amount, but it's less expensive for us to contract it than it is to have the employee. And, you know, we are very cost conscious because we have not raised rates for a number of years. We're trying to keep that going for into the future here because that is probably the biggest comment that we receive from members is the high cost of power. And we can't continue to pay more for things and not raise rates. And so that's why we have done a lot of the things that we have done is a way to try and address that to maintain our costs where they are. As to, I did have the opportunity to talk with Dennis a couple of times, and I know that when he said Mark, he also talked to this Mark.
Yes.
But, you know, we have, I think, you know, had a good discussion and tried to explain the reasoning behind and understand some of the things. You know, at the board meeting last month, we talked about the individuals, the turnover that we're seeing. We're not unique. Pretty much everybody is seeing that kind of turnover. And all of the ones, and I provided the board specific reasons for everybody that has left, and nobody has left due to pay or the high cost of housing, high cost of living in the area. Because I sat in on virtually all the exit interviews with the employees, have said that they like mountain parks. They love what they do here. It's just there's a reason, specific reason why they were moving. In one case, it was they were moving to be with family. In another case, they were going back to work for the county, which they had worked at. They had an opportunity to get a better job with the county. So, you know, we understand that you know, employees will leave based on our employee engagement surveys that we've done, and we're getting ready to do another one. The morale is high. The managers are talking with their employees, and you know, if there are issues, we have tried to address them over the last couple of years. And I will, since I am the guy, I do work in Alaska part of the time. I'm down here about 2 weeks or so out of the month. When I'm in Alaska, I work from 7 in the morning Colorado time, which is 5 in Alaska, till about 7 o'clock Colorado time in the evening. I'm available 24/7. I think the management staff will attest to the fact that I'm always available, and I don't drink coffee, so I wouldn't know what was going on in the brown coffee machine. But when I am here, I spend a lot of time with the employees. I have an open door policy, which includes that they can call me anytime. I was on vacation for 2 weeks and ended up talking to a number of our employees and meetings during the time that I was on vacation. So I think I am available to the staff and to our members, because I did actually talk to a member, well, 2 members while I was on vacation. So I do my best to be available to employees and members even when I'm not here.
So do we pay per locate?
Yes, with USIC.
It used to be, so I'm clear on your project. Are you working for the airport, and are the lines that were dug into the airport lines that the airport owns?
Yes, they would be under the control of the county. I don't know what title to hang on myself now. I'm probably a project manager. I'm helping guys, a couple other owners build hangars, and I understand the process that you go through with the county to do that. I'm an aviator for over 50 years. I'm real familiar with the Kremlin Airport. I'd like to say too, Mark, you and I've only spoken once, not about this issue. I was asking you, they sent me to you yesterday to try to find out what time this meeting started,
Yes.
after I went through the circuit here a couple of times.
And
Because nobody,
you had,
wait a minute, sir.
okay, go ahead.
At one point there, somebody didn't even know what time you guys, when the forum was. This is the people that are answering our telephones, didn't know when the forum was. And I don't want nobody on the hot plate here. I just want better organization. And as far as the guys that come to check it from USIG, like I said, the young man was lost, sir. He couldn't find the Kremlin Airport started. Now that's USIG's problem, but it eventually gets to be ours. He's the one that informed me, and I've done one since then. I understand the drill now, so I just called Todd. And Todd only is available when Todd's not busy. And Todd is relentless to find the wires. There's no doubt about that. But before that, too, the man that retired, I don't know him. I was working with a young man that's been kicked up into engineering. I can't do his name. I want to do it. Okay. And he was very efficient with what he did. And I don't know against anybody moving up, but this is, to me, is still very critical because and I understand digging into the others, you're going to dig into it anyhow, but we can't get no help on the other side after we leave Mountain Park Electric. We can call these guys that come in and they'll say, no, I just do it to the meter. And then, well, who does it after that? And we run the gauntlet and you end up with nothing.
So just a question on a policy. Do you think that, I mean, you would like Mountain Parks and the Mountain Parks members to, I'm not clear if because it's a county project, we should locate it because that's in the public interest and it benefits us all, or if you think anytime a member needs to locate on their side of the meter, Mountain Park should provide that. So if it's a big marijuana grow facility, it'd be okay if we spent member money to go out and locate those lines.
Well, as I understand, that's 2 ways, and I'm just catching up on this. First of all, like Mark pointed out to me, to do it for an entity like the county and the city of Kremlin would be one way of doing it for sure. But another way is too, is for the, as I understood it, the policy used to be, well, we'll look for it. If we don't find it right away, we'll continue to look for it, but we're going to charge it. I could live with that. I could live with Mountain Parks charging for that service, especially if it wasn't a slam dunk like this one was. If those guys would have showed up, they'd have opened up that transformer bank, hooked up to it, and they'd have nailed that sucker. And they'd have probably said, hey, the lines are not on, guys, the lights are not on. But they still, if they'd have been hooked to it, they'd have still found it because we were finding a ghost there, but had no idea that it was the main 3 mile feed. So it was I don't know how to say it. I take part of the responsibility, but there's a major blunder there to get into that kind of wiring. You can, anyhow. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yeah.
So putting it back in our control, we have wires out there, whatever, and I understand you get some guy that puts it in at 6 inches and he runs it like this and doesn't bed it and all that, that's, you know, that's one thing. But at least put it back in the control of our, and I won't have the right term here, it would be a Floyd or it would be a Sam, your district guys, what would you call your foremen, your superintendents in their districts, when, you know, and they would say, you know, I hear some of them saying, man, that meter's going off the wall. Well, we know what's going, you know, you want this done, talk to somebody above me. I'm not going to do it. At least try it, because I know I could have got help from the local guys if it had been available. You know, because man, I mean, they showed up in the truck after we cut it, and they immediately went to that box, and I thought, golly, you guys seen us squirreling around out here? And of course, they didn't know that we were looking for it. But the USIG side is not healthy, and maybe there's another one there. You know, I mean, our contractors are that's a harsh thing, but and I'm not. They're young, they're overworked, they're out of their district. One of them was from Boulder. He's going like criminal. Where's criminal? You know, and I know we're all hurting to get people to help us, but we're still talking about the owners, because on the other end of that, there's 26 people that belong to this co-op, and they're saying this shouldn't be this hard. And if I hadn't been there, and I'm not standing on any stool or whatever, I don't know that they wouldn't have had an idea of what it's been in the past. It's part of my job is to try to keep up with things changing all the time for the airport. Not as far as the rest of it goes. They say I'm retired.
I'd like to ask
Mark?
you.
Go ahead, Justin.
Sorry, Dennis, this is Justin Fosha. I guess I think Adam could probably speak to this, but we, as a co-op last month, our board packet anyways said that Mountain Parks located 767 locates alone. So it's something that happens a lot, and close to 20 or 30 times a day, our locate services going out there. So I don't know what our total locates are on a year, but it's a lot of locates just on the primary side of the meter to begin with.
And Justin, as you know, in this case, the primary side, I could have located that with a blindfold on. Everything I was going to do was after the meter. There's you know, but after the meter bank, it's a minefield. And we took and we located every one of those. Todd did. We walked them all. And there was the one that was silent. We didn't know about. And I know that's, yeah. And I have no idea all the things that you guys go through, but I think it was important for me to say what I'm seeing. If not, that's something.
Well, some of your comments earlier, and especially about the liability issue, you said that it's overblown and whatnot. I'm not sure that I feel that way. I mean, if there's a liability issue, I think we have to take that into account, because to repair that liability or to fix it or whatever, it costs you and me member money to do that. So I don't think we can dismiss the liability issue, and those things are increasing in this day and age. We have a gentleman at the end of the table down there that can probably tell you more about it, but like I said, you know, Mountain Parks has, if there is a liability issue, we have to take it into account. So
I appreciate that. And I was using that across the board, not just Mountain Parks Electric, but we run into issues all the time where we can't do it because of liability.
right?
Yeah, on everything we're doing. And then for this outfit, I was thinking, you know, we're, like I said, in the electric business, we have a lot of liability, but nobody's paying for this except the owner and myself. Yeah, so I don't understand why Mountain Parks Electric would have to pay for it if they were located. To me, it would be as simple as saying,
Well, see, and I'm not familiar with your
Yeah.
project.
I'm not
I'm just
either.
listening to what you said.
Yeah.
And
sure.
that's it. If there isn't a liability, I don't know how we. can
If we
handle
had a release or whatever, I mean, I would.
Well, I
yeah.
am not sure that's appropriate or not. That's why the gentleman at the end of the table can answer that question.
Okay,
Yeah, and when I think we think of it in terms of liability, we're usually focusing on damage like you had when cut into the line. We have had situations within the last couple of years where we didn't have liability, but if somebody cut into a live line that we had located incorrectly and there was the possibility of injury or death, we would potentially have liability. And to your question about, why would there be liability? It's because we tend to have the deepest pockets, and so they're going to sue us. Now, we might end up winning in the end, but as Levi, our attorney, will tell you, it will not be cheap. Even if we win, there's litigation costs associated with it, and it's a significant cost that would come up as a result of something that we did that we probably should not have been doing, and we made a mistake. All the locators, whether it's USIC or an electrician that is doing it or utility, we all make mistakes, and and that's where the liability comes from. Is if we make the mistake, that we are liable for any damage or potentially injury that results as from somebody taking what we said and working on it.
I understood that, because even though you've signed the paper and everything, when it gets down to the courts and stuff, I understood what you said. But what's the solution there? The one that we've come up with is not working.
Well, this board does review policy. It's not something typically I don't think that this is more like an operational type policy, but it's something that we can discuss and see if we.
That's all I can ask. I mean, the buck stops here.
And if you can come up with a solution or
It's like a good business.
whatever, I'm sure the board would be willing to listen to it when we review the policy or
Yeah.
whatever. I don't have one off the top of my head, I can assure you that.
I'd be interested in that. Obviously, from the lawyer standpoint, something could be written up that was bulletproof enough to.
And I can't answer that.
No, I'm not
question, only
asking.
he
I'm
can.
not asking. I see you smiling, but that, I mean, and that's a whole. It's just received a decision from two different lawyers, So they said, well, we're two different people. So I understand the changes. But I don't know. In the end, we're out there. We need these locates. Yeah. As part of that, as I would come up with maybe some sheet that had some of these things that call these guys or something. Shut down, and we must be short-staffed on some of them because of the lack in answering the phone or whatever that might be. But to get somebody these are the answers. This is the best we can do. And we've reviewed this. I would say that was something that I would do right away, so that people can call home and feel good. It sounds like it's like we thought it was, a bit of a sticky wicket, but I'm telling you about on the end out there, I think, unless there's any other questions, maybe I'd be.
Really appreciate you coming in, and you can stick around, listen to the meeting.
I work for concrete.
We'll take a look at that. and come back with you.
Okay. Now,
So Dennis, Adam Paulson with the manager of operations here in
Yes, sir.
Granby. Part of the reason our locates on our system are so accurate is because our lines are mapped. They're GPS located. So they got a map to go off of to kind of get a general idea of where to locate. Once we go past the meter, we don't have any maps anymore. these locators, whether it's USIC, whether it's Sam, back in the day, he probably just knew it off the back of his hand where everything was. But with the new people, we have no idea of where after the meter any of those lines go. Todd locates as good as anybody, if not better, than probably knows how to locate better than a lot of the guys we have. There's a good chance if Mountain Parks would have located in there, we probably would have missed that line also. There's a chance, depending on who you got, if they've been here long enough, maybe they would have known that's there. It's just after that meter, we just don't know what's in the ground, and we don't have anything to go off of.
Part of it would be me too. I'm looking at this fault. It's like, I mean, it's a major fault. It should be major power. Hello. Yep. So I take part of the responsibility where I do.
So as you put in new lines, are you GPSing them and mapping them so you have an as-built? of
We've asked the
done?
county to help us do that at that particular facility. But you get, even when we're locating, it's like spaghetti in there. I mean, you got 10 or 12 meters all together, and and two I believe we'd call it two transformers, the big one and the little one. But good or bad, we can only put in one more, which we're claiming probably this next week. Then we got to start over. So once we start over, it will be easier in a sense, because some of that goes back to the late 60s. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you. Thanks, Dennis.
Almost your next home treat straw.
We'll be out to help.
Born without me, and that's a good thing.
Mark, do you want to?
I can do my report, yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
and if the board wants to, we can discuss this more in executive session because there's much more to it. With the community solar, we have been working with Cloudbreak. They are investigating alternate project sites that they believe would produce more and be a better spot for it. They sent us their draft lease documents, or I'm sorry, they sent draft lease documents to two prospective owners of sites. They believe that they're moving towards the possibility of being able to do either of those. We have their draft PPA, which we have reviewed, and we are waiting for the final project site because they have a timeline that if they are not able to identify one of those sites and get it under a lease, then they will go with the original one that we have. Associated with our community solar, on May 26, the ALJ, Administrative Law Judge, in the initial filing that Tri-State did, there were the 4 reserved issues. And reserved issue number 4 was, and I'm just going to read this, whether Tri-State's Board Policy 119 Community Solar Program is just, reasonable, unduly discriminatory, and or preferential in its application of a $0 add back charge to community solar projects covered by the program. Basically, what the ALJ found was that the Board Policy 119 was in fact discriminatory because it goes outside of Section 1A, which is the 5% cap and self-supply, and so it doesn't count under the 5%. He said, Board Policy 119 discriminates unduly in 2 distinct ways. It discriminates against member projects that fall outside of Board Policy 119, and it discriminates against larger members within Board Policy 119. His justification was, since load is load, it discriminates against non-projects, and basically the Federal Power Act allows you to do things, but they have to be done on a fuel neutrality basis. If his thought was that if this was a project under policy
118.
118 or 115, and it falls within the 5%, it doesn't really matter whether it's wind, solar, geothermal, hydro, whatever it is, they're all treated the same. But in policy 119, it treats solar differently. So based on that, he found that it was discriminatory. He also found that it was discriminatory because among the members that could participate in board policy 119, it basically is available to all 42 members. All 42 members are not the same size. Based on your load, you pay higher percentages of the costs associated with something and then the benefit that you get out of it. And he found that among members, the benefit cost ratio varies widely. The mismatch of the cost borne and benefit received is textbook undue discrimination. Tri-State can achieve its legitimate program objectives with a method that produces comparable cost benefit ratios across its members. Basically, what he is saying is, if you have 1,000 megawatts that's available and you are united and you have 10%, then you should be able to do a 100 megawatt project. And if you are Mountain Parks and you have 2% of that, you should be able to do 2 megawatts. He provided, and I sent out his decision to the board. It's very lengthy.
A lively read.
Yes. And he did say that there are 2 ways that Tri-State can fix this. One is that they can allocate the cost, which he is talking about, the cost versus the benefit, to this so that there would be an add-on. And that was a lengthy part of the discussion in the rate committee that we participated in, Jeff and I, at the board, of what that add-on should be. And the board's decision was to do 0. He is suggesting that the $5.76.
Where did that come from?
It has to be in one of the Tri-State
Filings,
filings somewhere
yeah,
because
okay.
he
I was
picked
trying
up
to
that
figure
number.
out- Yeah, and he never says why.
No. So
Did he prescribe an amount
Yeah,
or?
$5.76 per kilowatt per month. And as you recall, when we looked at the community solar project over the last couple of months, we can justify it based on the cost because we got a pretty good deal through Cloudbreak. But the margin between Cloudbreak and Tri-State is fairly razor thin. With that additional cost, it is not going to pencil out. So the other thing that the judge indicated is that Tri-State could also leave it the way that it is and just find a way to make it legal. I don't think that that's possible. I don't think the judge thinks it's possible, but he put that in there as an option. So with this, we're still working with Cloudbreak, trying to move the project forward because they also believe that with the right location and some other things that we could potentially see a lower cost. And if that was the case, we might be able to make it work. I'm not overly optimistic, but it's a possibility. The other thing is to see the direction that Tri-State goes. And I know I talked with Carl this morning that they did discuss it at the board meeting this week. I don't know that they have a direction, but I don't see, and Carl may have more information on this, but I don't see a way for them to easily fix this to make it work for the way that it was set up. So I don't know that it will get fixed. So
Is the $5.76 measured on nameplate or is it measured on production? Because that seemed to be a big issue in the reserved issue 3 on the storage. Not that I don't think that actually that would make that much difference for us, but is it $5.76 per kW during Tri-State's peak period? And is it nameplate or what you're actually?
as riveting a read as it was, I
It
read
was,
through it, and my take on it, and I did not spend an intense amount of time going through it, is it's based on nameplate of
That's
the
kind of what I
project.
thought too, and then I thought about that.
Because he does discuss nameplate, but he is not specific as, okay, this is exactly how it works. And part of that is because he doesn't need to be. That's somebody else's problem to figure out. So we are somewhat in a holding pattern on the community solar, where we're still waiting to see what Cloudbreak can come up with. We'll wait to see how Tri-State tries to address it. If they do not address it, then I think board policy 119 probably dies.
I think that's probably the way it's going to go.
Yeah. This project that we are looking at doesn't work under 115.
Right.
And so if we were to try to do it under the 5%, which we have capacity, it doesn't work under policy 118. It doesn't work under policy 115. So I don't know that we can make it work at this point. But we will continue to monitor it and provide information to the board as we go. So I will pause to see if anybody has any questions on that.
If Tri-State made the policy such that it was a percentage amount and not a set 2 megawatts or however many megawatts per member, would that address the judge's concerns?
One of them.
But the other concern has to do with, he viewed it as people who didn't do these projects would be out that $5.77.
Yeah, they're still paying for
They're
it.
still paying for it. But
They could
the
also do projects.
yeah,
So there's an
to
equal
me, the
opportunity.
argument is they have the opportunity to do it. They're not choosing to do it.
And that is Tri-State's argument, because the judge went through each of the arguments of the various parties. And Tri-State's argument was that while it may on the surface be discriminatory, it's not unduly discriminatory, because everybody has the option to do the project and that they could do it. His other argument, though, is that the cost benefit is different, because if you are United and you do a 2 megawatt project, you're going to receive 2 megawatts of benefit, but 10% of the Tri-State's load of costs, versus, let's say that your Mountain Parks, where we are 2% of the load and we do 2 megawatt project, we receive 2 megawatts of benefit and 2% of the overall cost. And so that is somewhat in line.
I agree with Tri-State. I think this judge's reasoning is bad, but I am not a judge, so, okay.
And just to be clear, this is the ALJ's decision, which has been forwarded to the commission. So the commission can accept it, modify it, or reject it and send it back. And
is
you
there-
never know where that will go.
Is there, at this point, is there any more comment or any of this? I mean, do parties have a chance to comment on the initial decision before it goes to the full FERC, or do it just goes to FERC?
I believe that when FERC gets the decision, that they will have some comment period. I know that everybody has commented, because if, as you see, and as we go through the CTP, you'll see when I go through all of the comment periods that are available, that everybody has commented and given their opinions back and forth and filed reply briefs and then replies to, or I'm sorry, initial briefs and then reply briefs and then oral arguments if necessary. So
That was expressed yesterday too. that
Yeah.
They don't expect any comment period in the future unless FERC itself allows that.
Yeah.
And is this specific to the 4 reserve issues or to the CTP?
Well, those are two separate.
I know, that's why when he said they don't expect any comment unless FERC asks for it, I wasn't sure if he was talking about the 4 reserved issues or the CTP process.
I understand
Yeah.
that. I think it's a 4 reserve issue.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
because
Okay.
we will talk in just a minute about the CTP process, and there is still opportunity for people to weigh in on that before the ALJ takes it under advisement and then issues a decision. So, moving on, the Walden Hotel chargers, the owner had come to us. We are still waiting for information from him, and so nothing has happened on that at this point. So moving on to the FERC CTP, the hearing is now complete. We are now, the joint statements of proposed transcript corrections were filed on June 7th. So basically everybody who was party to the hearing went through and they filed what they thought were corrections that needed to be made to the transcripts. Initial briefs will be filed by the parties tomorrow, June 10th. And then reply briefs will be filed by the parties on July 8th. So each of the participants will file a brief and kind of try to tell the judge, okay, this is all the stuff that you heard and this is why you should decide this one. Then after those are filed, then everybody will file and tell why they are right and everybody else is wrong.
Oh, it sounds like a great process.
And then if necessary, oral arguments, unless they are waived by all the parties, which I think is highly unlikely, will take place on July 26th. Then after all of that is done, the ALJ will issue an initial decision in the case probably within 60 to 90 days. It's they could do it faster. They typically don't, but they could do that. So that is the CTP at this point. So I will pause to see if anybody has any questions on that before we move on.
And again, does that decision go to the FERC?
Yes. The way that it works is there is a hearing. The hearing is before an administrative law judge. They go through the process. They make all of the rulings. They answer all the motions, take all of the information into account, and then make a decision based on the record before them. That decision is then forwarded to the commission, and the commission reviews the decision of the ALJ and goes through their processes, and they have the ability to approve, modify, or reject the ALJ's decision.
Okay, clarify what happened these last 2 weeks where they had hearings. So they had a hearing and there were all these questions, and now what? And then 2 months from now, we have oral arguments. And it's the same parties, and it's not, they're not giving testimony or putting on boxing gloves? Or?
Well, the way that a hearing works before a regulatory body is the interveners that want to participate and Tri-State and then for trial staff, they will file testimony typically. And they file their direct testimony, and then the other parties will file reply testimony to that direct testimony. And then the original party files testimony telling you why the reply testimony is all wrong. Once you have that all done, then you go to a hearing and you have witnesses that will be sworn in. And the way it works is you go up, you sit on the stand. I've done this many times. It's all kinds of fun. And they say, have you filed testimony in this proceeding? And you say, yes. And then they say, is the testimony before you what you filed? Yes. Do you have any changes, modifications, corrections to it? And if you do, you make them at that time. If not, you say no. And then, so in this case, if I was it and Levi is our attorney, Levi says, I now proffer this witness for cross-examination. So all the other parties get to then go through and ask you questions based on your testimony. And then you get to the end, and after everybody's done, then Levi has the opportunity to rehabilitate me as a witness. So basically get in everything that he wants to say about, Liz asked you this question and your answer was this. Can you explain further why, your answer was really something different? And so you go through all of the witnesses, and the judge has opportunity to ask questions as well. And then you bring up the next witness. So typically the party filing, in this case, Tri-State, will put their witnesses on first. And you'll go through all of those, and then the interveners, and there is some order that has been established beforehand, will then put their witnesses on. And you get to the end, and after all the witnesses are done, then they do closing arguments. So,
Okay.
basically they say, you've heard a lot of testimony and we're right and everybody else is wrong.
Okay, so that's what's happening in July is the closing argument.
No,
Oh.
that's what
Oh.
has already happened. So
Okay.
then after the hearing is done, then you file initial briefs, which basically try and reinforce what you said at the hearing and why you are right and why you need to, decide this way.
And those
And-
are initial briefs,
Yeah.
even though it's all
Yes,
done.
yes.
They're not like concluding briefs. Okay.
don't
Because
think they're
you also have pre-hearing briefs.
Okay.
So, you do the initial brief, and in some cases, a party will actually file an order, a draft order, because they want to make it easy on the ALJ. And they say, this is the order that you should come up with. You can just sign it and we'll be done. It never happens, but they do it anyway. So after that initial brief, then everybody else is going to come back and poke holes in the brief that you filed. And once that is all done, then you will have oral arguments, but only on the briefs that were filed, not on the actual
testimony,
hearing.
Not on the
Yeah.
hearing. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was just, I don't know why, well, anyway. Living with FERC will make life for Tri-State very different.
It will be a lot more challenging, yes. Okay, so let's move on to partial requirements. We filed our application on Friday the 13th, and we sent them the fee, the $25,000 fee that was required. On May 17th, received notification from Tri-State that they had in fact allocated us the 20 megawatts. There were 3 parties that filed under the renewed open season. And there was us, Jimenez, and High Plains. And of the 3, we were the only ones that got what we asked for. I believe that the others got something very close to what they asked for, but based on my discussions with Tri-State staff, they said there was a slight haircut on the other 2. So we put out a press release on the 24th announcing what we refer to as diversification of our power supply. And everything looked like it would be moving in the right direction. Parties filed their initial comments on the proposed settlement on May 18th. They had until the 31st to file the comments, and United did file comments, and they opposed the settlement. And they gave a number of reasons why they opposed it, some of which I think were what we had discussed early on, some of which I think are valid points, some of which I think may be valid points, but I don't think they actually believe them, but they made the argument anyway. So they made their opposition to the settlement. On the 31st, they had there was the opportunity to file reply comments, and Tri-State and then a group of the settling parties, which would have been the 6. So it's the original 3 and us. We're going to file comments. I was contacted by Poudre Valley and on the Friday before that, and we walked through it, and they asked if I would be willing to sign on behalf of Mountain Parks. And I said, not without reading the comments, and asked the deadline and when they were going to have them ready. They had them ready on Monday, the 30th, and I reviewed the comments. They said they would be short. I believe there were 54 pages, and which actually is short for some of the filings that have been made in this particular case. And after reviewing the comments, I did talk with both Liz and Jeff about it, and told them that I didn't feel that we should sign on as a settling party, because in my opinion, the comments were basically a continuation of some of the name calling that was going on and, throwing out words like bad faith and other things. I don't think that they are going to really help in getting to a solution. And so after talking with Liz and Jeff, I called the attorneys back for the group and told them that we could not sign on. And so please remove our name from it. And they did file them as the settling parties. And we are the only party that is included in the open season that did not file comments. And as I would say, comes as no surprise, Tri-State, the settling members support the settlement. FERC staff did not oppose the settlement, so basically they took no position on it. And United again filed comments in reply that opposed the settlement. So we are now at the point where the ALJ, which is a different ALJ than in the CTP, will have to decide whether to certify the settlement over United's objection and send it to the commission for approval. And then, as I said, the commission, based on that recommendation, could approve, modify, or reject the settlement. The other option is that the ALJ not accept the settlement and then set the matter for hearing.
And we know how speedy that is based on what we just heard.
So I would assume that if they set it for hearing, it is probably somewhere within the next year that the hearing would actually take place. And then the process that you would go through to get an answer on the BDP. And you would not, to clarify here, you would not be having a hearing on the settlement, because once the settlement is rejected or not sent forward, the settlement ceases to exist. You would be having a hearing on the BDP process and methodology. Now, you could come up with something that was very close to what was in the settlement, but you might come up with something that was totally different. So I will pause to see if anybody has any questions on that.
If out of the goodness of their hearts, United were to remove their opposition, could that still be considered at this point, or is it done and filed and now to the judge?
They could file now. The answer is yes and no. They could file to remove their objection. It would not necessarily be part of the record because the ALJ would have to accept it, because basically the record's closed. They could still accept it. They could do what's referred to as an out of time filing. And then the judge could consider that and say, you know what, nobody is opposing it, so I'm going to go ahead and approve this and send it on to the commission. I think at this point, it's highly unlikely that United will do that. And I believe that their decision to oppose the BDP settlement is tied to the CTP process and things that happened in that process and filings that were made. And I will just say it upset them. And so they took a slightly different tact in the BDP.
It was brought up yesterday that United has asked for a meeting. They can't schedule it, I think, for a month because of conflicts and whatnot. I'm with you. I don't expect United to withdraw anything, probably more so that they will oppose more things. So there's quite a bit of bad blood going between Tri-State and United at this point in time. And so I wouldn't expect them to, but they are going to have a meeting.
Yeah, and I think that there is bad blood, but in this particular instance, their opposition is tied more so to Poudre Valley and the indicated member filings.
I would say, because I hear what you're saying, Carl, but what I've noticed during their rate design committee and whatnot, and just reading the filings, is that now it's members versus members. The members are not united, and the members are, you know, just really angry with one another. And it's become a personal, it's become personalized. It's not as much about facts or philosophy. And that, I think, is, it's only going to get worse as, to me, when you read the 4 reserve issues, when the little co-ops direct assignment, their rates are going to go up 30–40%. It is just going to be, the dynamics of that group somehow has to get pulled back together. And I don't see how it happens given the path with FERC right now. I just,
United's gonna go their own way, and then that dynamic will be removed.
no, it won't.
No,
It's not united.
It's still there.
It's
When you get beyond the United versus Tri-State versus some of the other members, and so United, rides off into the sunset, there are still dynamics, what Liz is talking about with the rate design committee.
Okay.
And those, while the group of people that are left might agree that this is how you should do it, FERC is not, in my opinion, going to allow that to happen. And that will then put the division between large and small co-ops. And that's going to be a problem that I don't know how you solve.
the only way you solve it is to get rid of your new members and become non-jurisdictional. If Tri-State and the members truly feel that the cooperative principles are more important than cost causation, then they shouldn't be FERC regulated, and they should have perhaps examined that a bit more before they became FERC regulated. Because,
That's water under the bridge.
well, it is, but I mean, they have an option, I guess. I mean, I seems to
Well, they
me.
asserted they had the option.
Well, they do, because United, I don't think meets the threshold yet, but they will soon.
I think they
But-
passed it.
Oh, did they?
I
Okay.
don't, I
But
don't,
if
Yeah,
they're gone.
but if United was not a member, then Tri-State has the ability to basically go back to the way they were. But then that has challenges for them too with the 4 states. So
It's a mess.
it is a big mess.
and as far as the conflict, between members, I don't see that in the boardroom at all at this point in time. It's gonna be determined what is the results of the rate committee.
Right.
What is if there is an agreement, of all members on that, but I don't see that division at the board level right now. That's just my observation.
Well, I would say that in the reserved issues filing, that ALJ basically said, we don't care if everyone agrees. If it's discriminatory, it's discriminatory. And so maybe the FERC board would feel differently, but the ALJ was pretty clear about, you don't get a pass because you have co-op philosophy.
Yes, typically, it is black and white when it comes to discrimination. Now, as Levi has told us numerous times, you can discriminate and it can be okay.
Right.
It's undue discrimination that is the real problem. And what that means, because with under a co-op, and part of what Dennis talked about is that, there's somebody that was 20 miles away. Well, it costs more to serve that person, but you kind of do it as everybody together. And so there is some discrimination, because if you're right next to the substation, it's a lot cheaper to serve you than it is somebody that's 10 miles away. But that's taken into that. And so that's discrimination, but it's okay. It's undue discrimination. So if you were charging the cost for a line extension for that person that's 20 miles away and the person that is 1 mile away from the substation, and you charged exactly the same thing, that would be undue discrimination, because you can charge them something, you just can't charge them that, because that's just outside the realm of possibility. So one last comment before we move on, unless anybody has any questions. The decisions that will be forwarded to the commission in the reserved issues, the CTP and the BDP, that is not necessarily the end of the road. So the commission makes a decision and in the reserved issues and says, yes, we agree with the ALJ, so we are going to accept and approve this decision. Parties can then ask for reconsideration, which typically, while they may get reconsideration, the commission doesn't change its mind. And if they don't like that, then what they can do is one of the parties can appeal to district court. And then it would go through the district court process and potentially beyond that if necessary. So
If accepted, it would go to the district.
no, if it is accepted and nobody has a problem with it, then it's done.
No, I mean, like, if somebody wants to appeal, they go to district court. Does district court automatically have to hear the case, or is there some discretion?
They will hear the case, but the amount of time that they put into it will be the issue. They will hear the case and they will say, Carl objects to this, we have reviewed Carl's filings and we, approve the decision that was made by FERC.
Then Carl appeals.
Well, no, and if Carl was right, then it gets to, and they will say it needs to be modified based on what Carl said. Or they can say, we approve it the way that it is. Or they can say, we have found that there are matters of fact at issue here. So we're going to remand it back to the commission and say, give it a shot, take it, look at it again. And they won't necessarily say, we believe that there are matters of fact that need to be looked at here. They won't necessarily tell you what they are. They will just remand it back to the commission for the commission to take another look at it. I've seen that happen with the Alaska Commission. It went through the process and then it was actually made it to the Alaska Supreme Court and was remanded by the Alaska Supreme Court back to the commission. And in that particular instance, the commission reviewed it and basically made the changes that the aggrieved party wanted, and then it was fine.
If it goes to district court and a district court remands it back, does the parties that agreed with what FERC said, do they get to appeal that decision and then it goes up, or does it remand back? Like the first time, can it get remanded from the lowest district court level, I guess, is
Yes.
what I'm asking. So that would be time saving.
Typically on remand, you can't appeal the
But
remand
if they said it was,
because you're going to have another bite at the apple with the commission.
Right.
If the district court accepts it and one of the parties doesn't like that, then they can then appeal to the Court of Appeals and then actually to the Supreme Court if they want to. I mean, most of them don't go that far, but they could.
So Mark, how's this all, the partial requirements, are we in jeopardy with our pilot? Has it affect yet?
We are in limbo.
So that's
basically,
I mean, I'm getting lost as hell here.
yeah.
But I'm going,
there's no
how's that affect?
certainty.
We're in limbo still
Yeah.
on our.
It
Not-
all depends on what this administrative law judge decides.
Yes,
If that gets appealed.
yeah.
Jesus.
And
And I'd say
there is
Only
100% chance.
variance is who appeals.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what they
Yeah.
decide, whatever they decide, it's gonna get appealed. It'll just be. who
Yes, because it will go
appeals.
the-
The loser will appeal.
in,
I think.
unless, well, the only way it doesn't get appealed is if the ALJ rejects the settlement, because then it will go to hearing.
Oh, I
And
see. Yeah, whatever the final.
Yeah,
What I'm saying is whatever
but-
the final decision is, whether it's the ALJ, well, yeah, if they accept a settlement.
then it will go to the commission.
United could
and-
Probably appeal that.
Yeah, well, but United will have their shot when it goes to the commission. But the only way I think that it does not get appealed by any of the parties is if it is rejected, because then it will be set for hearing and then everybody gets their shot when it goes to hearing. If it is accepted by the ALJ and it is then sent on to the commission over United's objection, then United will have a shot at the commission to make their case. And once the commission makes a ruling, I think there's a strong possibility, depending, regardless of which way they rule, that somebody will appeal.
Not to belabor this too much, maybe we could save the rest of this discussion for executive session, but having read the documents and United's filing, the thing I really don't get is how this argument benefits them, because it seemed like the gist of what they were saying is, well, the CTP is so much higher than the BDP. Why would they not allow the BDP to go forward and then point to it being lower in their negotiation on the
Because
CTP?
if you, and it's somewhat buried in the settlement document, but if you read it, it says that the settlement is not precedential. So they not point to it as in the CTP. And it also refers to the fact that it is a black box settlement. So you don't have a methodology where they said, okay, well, look, they use this methodology here. We should be able to use the same methodology in the CTP because technically there is no methodology.
So part of the settlement was agreeing that it would be black box and that it wouldn't be precedential. So they were trying to get all those parties to agree that, yes, we'll do this, but it can't be used in that CTP process.
Yeah. Now, Levi will probably tell you that even if it says it's not precedential, it can still be precedential. Somebody can still look at it. They might not point to the fact that they looked at this, but they will decide in a way that incorporates some of the things that were in the settlement. So, yeah, it's a mess.
Mark, which district court would have jurisdiction if it got?
It would be the DC district, I
I think
think.
it's actually the DC Court of Appeals for decisions.
Does
Okay.
it go straight? to
Yeah, I
the
think it
court?
I believe so. I was just curious.
And-
Maybe 60-70%.
And typically the court will give much deference to the regulatory body because they see that they are experts in the particular type of science that goes into this. We had a case in Alaska that went through the commission. It was appealed. There were actually 3 appeals within this decision that were made. We went through the district court process, and he gave much deference to the Alaska Commission, which ticked off some of the parties. So they then approved his decision or appealed his decision to the Alaska Supreme Court. So I got to go and sit in the Supreme Court. They have a really nice courtroom, by the way. And they went through, and then they made a decision that came back, and the party still didn't like it, but that's the end of the road at that point. So it's quite a fun process and very expensive because everybody's paying for it. Okay, moving on to the fiber update. We received a template agreement from Connexon related to leasing the backbone. If you recall at the meeting last month, I talked about the fact that we had asked for one. They had not sent it. We got the agreement. Levi and I have looked at it, and we also sent it to Keller Heckman. They are the fiber attorneys that we have on staff or on retainer to have them review and modify it. Staff and Levi met with the fiber attorneys on May 20th to discuss the agreement and to provide feedback to them about the type of things that we would want to see changed. And part of that is the agreement is one that they use with others that they've worked with that have used the option 1 and 2 that we initially looked at and decided we didn't want to go that way. So we knew that there would need to be some changes. On the 26th, and that was on May the 20th, on the 26th, I had a call with one of our attorneys from Keller Heckman because he had a series of questions that he needed some clarification on. I provided that clarification to him. It was a relatively short call, about 30 minutes or so. And we expect that we will get some type of revised agreement back from them maybe next week. And once we do and have the chance to review it, Levi and I and other staff members, then we will send it back to Connexon. I did get contact yesterday from the believe her title is project manager with Connexon, and asked, where we were at. And I said that they had given us what they called the proposal of how they would do it. And what we had asked is specifically, what's this going to cost? How are we going to handle this? They didn't necessarily give us that, but they told us, as I talked about last month, the process to go forward, the obtaining the financing, whether it be government financing or private financing for them to then be able to do the fiber to the home, and the timeframes. I told them that we're expecting the agreement back. When we get it, we will send it back to them, because that's going to be a determinant of, I think, whether or not they are willing to move forward, whether the agreement meets the requirements that they want. One of the first things, the glaring things that was in the agreement that they sent us was that they said they own the backbone, and they don't, and they will not. So that's one of the major changes that needs to be made, which I think they knew, and
They just set their standard.
that's their standard. Yeah. So fast forward to yesterday, or no, Tuesday, Joe and I had a conversation with another interested party, and we discussed with them their projects that they have ongoing, one of which is in Vermont, and includes 42 cities. And so Liz is probably familiar with that because she knows Vermont. And they also have large projects in large cities. And they said that they would be interested in doing something with us to put in fiber to the home. The challenge initially was that they want us to pay to put in the fiber, and then they will pay to reimburse us over time with what they refer to as a lucrative lease payment. We indicated that that is not our preference. And by the end of our conversation, it was about an hour and 10 minutes or so, I think that they understood where we were coming from. They are able to work with that if we are interested in moving forward. And I said that I would discuss it with the board today, and we will need to discuss it in an executive session, because there's going to be some interesting things associated with it and who they are. And if we are interested in doing that, I think that we could potentially work on parallel paths, because we would take the same agreement that we would provide to Connexon, and we would provide it to this entity as well. And as long as they can work with that, then I think that's something that we should look at. Now, they are not opposed having to compete on the fiber to the home with another entity. So there is the possibility that you could have Connexon and this other entity doing the fiber to the home at the same time. That would potentially be somewhat complex and is probably not what we would want to do. One of them needs to step up and say, I will build the fiber to the home, and I will allow the other people to compete with me on it. Because and realistically, the local telephone service in Anchorage was competitive. The incumbent carrier had all of the lines. And when the new people came in, they then went through the process with the regulatory commission to figure out how much they should have to pay to utilize the existing service. Now, over time, they were going to put in their own lines and they were going to upgrade the system. So they wouldn't need it forever, but until that time, they needed to have what they would pay. That's what we would have to figure out, is what somebody would need to pay. And what we have told Connexon is it needs to be non-discriminatory. They need to be able to collect their investment, but whatever they charge themselves, they would have to charge to anybody else, whether it be an ISP or a telco or something like that.
Is that true? Well, and you may want to answer this question in executive session. Is that more access to their portion of the backbone that they're leasing from us, or is it the line that goes from you know, the last half mile into the house. Do they have to allow that? Or we would become the regulatory agency, because there is no regulatory agency for fiber, as far as I know, in Colorado. It's not subject to PUC. Levi?
So, no.
So the answer is, initially, it would be the access to the backbone. They could take from the backbone to the home, the last mile, and build out their own. So
Right.
let's say that
Right.
they wanted to serve the Highlands,
Right.
and the other had not built out the fiber to the home, the
Because
last
they're
mile.
working at.
They're working
at
somewhere else.
Carl's house.
They'd be getting access to the backbone, but then they would potentially be responsible for doing the fiber. If it's already been built in Fraser to serve people, then they could potentially work out an agreement with Connexon on the fiber that they built to be able to serve people that didn't take service from Connexon. And so they would use part of theirs, but then they would also have a separate part that belonged to them to get to the member's house.
Sounds complicated.
It is very complicated. So
I think we get in a position that you cherry picking there.
no, because part of what we have discussed with both Connexon and this other entity is what we are looking for is somebody that will do 100%. And both have said that that is what they will do. Now, when I say 100%, offer it to 100% of our members. 100% of our members may not take them up on that. And the numbers probably, I'm going to say, is in the 30 to 40% range is what will happen, at least initially. So any other questions on fiber? And as I said, we can discuss in executive session more about the other entity. And we don't have an NDA, but they talked about the potential for an NDA. And so I don't necessarily want to disclose a lot in open session.
I put it on our list.
Okay. Moving on to some of our new people. We interviewed for the operations manager position 2 internal candidates. I am pleased to say that we selected Adam Paulson, who was our general foreman. And we have subsequently interviewed for the general foreman and replaced them with Drew Christensen. I wasn't sure about the last name. And so now we will then do that. He started his position on June 6th with the actual title, but during the last several weeks, he's been working with Don on transition issues and identifying things that we need to address. At the board meeting in May, I discussed with the board splitting some of the operations manager's duties into a new position and creating an assistant operations manager position. And Leah is the assistant operations manager that will fill that position. I think both of them have hit the ground running. We've had some really good conversations. There are a number of things that Adam is working on that are carryovers from Don. And so we will, I think we're in a good spot as far as operations goes at this point. We will look at potentially making some additional changes within the groups that report to Leah and Adam. But those will probably be things that come about in May, or I mean, not May, 2023.
Okay, thank you.
With the safety coordinator, we had gone through a number of candidates. We went back and brought in one of the candidates. It was sometime in May when I was gone. And we made an offer, as it was, because we made the offer while I was in Hawaii. And to give us the most amount of time to negotiate, I actually got up at 2 in the morning and sent it to the East Coast because it's our time difference. And then that day we went back and forth, and we offered the position to Adam White. He is coming from Montrose. He has been in the safety field for quite some time. He has utility gas experience and also manufacturing experience. He has a couple of different safety certifications. We know, and he understands that the electric piece of it will be a challenge. But he interviewed with 12 or 14 different people. And when he was here on site, he interviewed with the operations area, with the linemen, and we got the sign off from everybody on him. And so he will start on June 27th or sometime around it. We spent a lot of time talking about the high cost of housing, and you know, they were here and spent some time looking for places. Not surprisingly, well, a little bit surprisingly maybe, Montrose, the cost of housing is also high, and so the other you know, opportunity for him was to move with his existing company, to move up within the organization, but he had to move to Ohio, and that was not something that his family wanted to do. And so the cost of housing here is not a surprise to him. He understands the inventory issues and the challenges with that, and that's something that we have talked with all of the candidates for the positions that we have open and that we have actually been close to filling. So he will start and at a good time with us because he will have some time. We are in the rotation for the RESAP, sorry. We got too many acronyms. The RESAP this year, and he will be on staff for that. And I will tell you that we're not the only ones looking for safety people, and there just aren't enough safety people out there, unfortunately.
Question.
Yes.
The gentleman that was here earlier made a comment, and I can't quote it, but his reference was essentially that the word is out among the membership that Mountain Park Camp employees, and we've got a huge turnover and all that. Do you attribute that to just his dissatisfaction, or do you think that that sentiment is actually out there?
I think it is twofold. Some of it is his dissatisfaction. Some of it are, and Mark had also talked to me before this about some comments that he had received. I think some of it comes from some former employees that are no longer here, and their dissatisfaction. Some of them were encouraged to find other opportunities, and so I think that colors their opinion. Do we have people that work here that are not really happy? I think we have some, but very few. What we have seen more of is that people that leave for what they see as greener pastures have come back. We have a gentleman with the line crew now, and he left because he had an opportunity somewhere where the housing was much cheaper, and thought it would be a great opportunity. He was there for a relatively short period of time, and then when there was an opening, applied to come back, and he's extremely happy here.
Well, bottom line is the reason I bring it up, and that's honestly, personally, that's the first I've heard of it. I don't hear anything in my district about, dissatisfaction or turnover or whatever. It's not something that you need to be concerned with.
No, I
Is that
think
what you're telling me?
well, what I will say is that we are experiencing turnover like everybody else, although probably less. It is, I would say, historically high for mountain parks because of the number of people that have retired. And, you can't force somebody to stay. But and then the others that have had opportunities or have wanted to move in to other areas, even outside of Colorado. And so It is a concern, and that's part of the reason why last month, I spent some time with the board and talked about everybody that had left and why they left and what they have told us. I think that in Jessica's report, you see an individual that recently left from the engineering department, and we did discuss that situation last month, and he wanted something specific from Mountain Parks that we could not, or well, I chose not to give him. And he got the opportunity with another utility to have that. And so he made the decision to leave. That was one of the exit interviews that we did last week, and I participated by phone. And there was nothing surprising that came up in the exit interview. They were issues that have been pretty much since day one when he came here. And, we have attempted to address those and give him a path to get to where he wanted to be. And he chose not to take that path. He decided to take another position within our organization, and then was not happy within that position for a number of reasons. Now, what I will say is he loved the people that he worked with.
Mark,
Yeah, I think
maybe
we,
with the specifics.
yeah,
Okay.
we
yeah,
should,
We should stay away from.
And I
Personal.
didn't
Yeah.
seem to make a big deal about it. It just concerned me that he made that comment, which I haven't heard before. And so I, just bringing it up if it's on your radar, or it's not a concern. It's not a concern at this point to me.
Yeah.
We can let it go.
Yeah. And he has made that comment to Mark, I believe, before, because Mark has shared that with me. So I think that as we move forward, we've been able to identify really good quality candidates to fill the positions in Adam and Leah. For some of the other was the safety position, we were able to find somebody in that position. For the admin, we have two really good candidates and one that's coming in. They are both local candidates, and we are still working on a couple of the other open positions. But I think that we have, while it is concerning that the number of people and when it's compared to historically here, I think that we've been doing a pretty good job of being able to backfill those positions. I will tell you, it will continue to be on the radar because it's something that is a challenge for us.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Moving on to the Winter Park land. In Jessica's report that you will look at in executive session, we did receive an offer for the Winter Park parcel. The response date was May 27th. I reviewed the offer and it was substantially less than what we listed the property for. And in the report that you'll look at in executive session, it shows you exactly what the offer was. Based on that and the fact that we had another potential offer, I instructed our real estate agent to reject the offer, and talked with Mark this morning, and we are going to coordinate a time to visit the property hopefully next week to dig some holes and see what Mark can tell us about that. And based on that, then we may decide to do hire a professional to do a report and give us a report that we can then provide to prospective interested parties.
I've got a couple prairie dogs I can let you.
Well-
And you and Mark don't have to do that.
they don't like.
Well,
digging
but
water.
do they dig specific size holes on command? Because that's what Mark's gonna want, so.
I'm a hole digger. That's what I do best. It's the only thing I know how to do.
Well, now I got a
Since
part,
that-
I got a geologist buddy
Yeah,
now.
since that
Yeah.
property is in my district, could I tag along? if
Yes.
I'm available? And then under executive session, I have something to add to.
Yes.
this.
Okay.
You got multiple big? I do.
So moving on to, we had our outdoor equipment event, and frankly, it exceeded our expectations. I mean,
Was that yesterday or? when
it
was
was on the 7th, and it was between 11 and 1, and people started showing up before 11. And we had, I think, approximately 150 members that showed up. We had 117 of them that entered to win the electric bike. We had a number of the members that wanted to test drive the bike in the parking lot, so they did. I think there were 30 or 40 people that took the bike for a spin. We did not realize how popular the bike was going to be. Had a number of members that tested out the equipment. We had electric lawnmowers, trimmers, leaf blowers. Ace came and set up a tent, and they brought a couple of chainsaws. I just told them, don't let anybody cut down our trees. And we got reports that at least 2 of the people that attended went down to Ace and bought an electric lawnmower. So it was highly, highly successful. The owner of Two Pines Sports down the street here approached us. He happened to be there and said, if you want to do an electric bike event, he would be willing to work with us and actually provide bikes for that. And so we're working on that for maybe later in the summer, doing an electric bike event and having people come and be able to test it. The thing is, we need to have a circuit that is safe, and that we can keep an eye on the people. And so one of the things that we have talked about is potentially using the high school and the track, and the people could ride around on the track. And so we'll be working on that. And the last item that I have is our all-employee breakfast is next Tuesday morning, June 14th at 7 a.m. here in the Granby office. We'll be actually here in the community room. The breakfast will start being served at 7, and we'll start the presentations at 7:20. Any of the board members that would like to come and have breakfast and listen to some of the stuff that we've already talked about, but have a chance to meet some of our employees, but also, listen to the questions that they ask. And 7 o'clock if you want to be here for breakfast. And with that, well, that's the end of this report.
Okay.
And so if nobody has any questions, then we can move on to the safety report.
It's all lumped together in
Yeah.
this one heading, so.
Well, except that my report
Yours
is
still
not
comes
written.
up different.
And if the board would like, I can do that. But what I kept finding is I would put together the report because we do it 10 days before, and then stuff kept changing. And so it's just easier to be able to do it because I do it the day before, and then nothing changes typically between about 4 o'clock the day before, or sometimes I actually do it the morning of, and at 6 o'clock, nothing changes between that and 8. So the safety report is in there. There were no accidents, incidents, or near misses. There was the damage report that I referred to in the discussion with the member that came. And then you can see the safety committee activities, as well as loss prevention and other things. So if there are any questions, I will attempt to answer them. And if not, I would entertain a motion to accept the safety report.
Just,
Okay.
just one comment, under 4A, I think it should be 2 feet away rather than 2 inches. Just point of- Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And then.
Because if they had marked it and it was only 2 inches off, then we should not have hit it, but it was 2 feet.
Yeah. So, and then the other comment I have is I know we haven't had a safety coordinator. I don't know exactly how these tasks have been taken care of amongst the employees, but I really appreciate the safety reviews and what you guys have been doing and your messages at the end of the report. So,
Well,
so thanks to to the folks who've been picking up the slack.
Yes, the safety, the coordinator, when he comes on staff, he will report to Jessica. Jessica working with Don before his departure, and Adam before and after Don's departure, and Leah and Kristen and a number of other people. We kind of split up the duties to make sure that we were continuing to cover everything. Adam runs the safety meetings on with the line crew and representatives from other departments on Tuesday mornings at 7:15 a.m. And then the safety meetings, we have one later this month, and that is kind of a collection of people working on putting together the stuff that we do there, and that's a meeting for all employees. And the drug testing and those types of things, those are being done and coordinated by Jessica. So it's a group effort to make sure that we stay. I will say that Brian, who was our former safety coordinator, he left us in a pretty good position because he put together a list of everything. He had all the documents that he had done. And then we had several meetings with him before he left and figured out specifically what we needed to do, and then who assigned somebody to take care of that task. But it is definitely a group effort, and everybody has been doing a good job.
I appreciate that with the new safety coordinator, you ran him through the line crew, and he's kind of okay with everybody. I don't know if Adam appreciate that, but I think that's a good way that we'll have a fit. That you won't pull in a safety coordinator, the line crew, and everybody goes, "Who the hell hired him?" So
Well,
I appreciate you doing it that
yeah,
way.
and this is a change in approach that we did, started about a year, 15 months ago, that with what we see as significant positions that have interaction between departments, we do team interviews. And so we will do a first team, which is typically department managers and myself. We then do a secondary team, which are supervisors and line staff. And then we bring them in for a half to full day interview on site so that they have an opportunity to see the operation, to ask questions. They can determine whether or not they believe it's a good fit. But then we also get to expose them to more employees, and they get to go out with the line crews, and they can, in this particular case, not everybody, obviously the HR person's probably not going to go out with the line crews, but they get to spend time with every area within the organization. And then everybody provides feedback on their interaction. And that's then when we make the decision is based on that. And so far, we have had on the decisions to hire people, we've had almost unanimous support to doing that. Now, we have also, as we have gone through and whether we haven't necessarily made it to the in-person part of it because there were questions raised by the first group or the second group, and then we've decided to just move on to another candidate.
I like the process.
Brady, do you have any?
My comment was the 2 inches also,
Okay.
so that's
Then-
covered.
Then
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the safety report with the amendment and change the 2 inches to 3 feet.
2 feet.
2 feet, 3 feet.
It's
It's
Oh,
3
3
feet.
feet. Okay.
Got a motion and a second by Carl. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay.
Aye.
Motion carries. There's Justin. Let's take I think it's a good time for a break, 10-minute break. Be back at 10. That work?
Yes.
Mark, quick question. Does our safety operator, safety coordinator, do they directly report to you only or to operations as well? Is that, I guess,
They, okay. 2 safety coordinators ago, they reported to operations. With the last safety coordinator, I moved it from operations to myself because it's been my experience in other places that the primary area that they oversee is operations. I mean, they oversee safety within the entire organization, but primarily within operations. And it just seemed that having somebody report to the head of operations that they're trying to oversee was not necessarily fully independent, or at least it didn't look that way. And what you are seeing is that the industry process now is not to have it within operations, but to have it either in an administrative area or directly to the general manager. And so with the new one, they will report to Jessica under the administration, but everybody has feedback, and they work very closely, obviously, with operations and engineering throughout their day.
Thank you.
Okay. And remember, there's
Action items.
Okay, the first discussion item, the CFC loan resolution. Levi has been working with CoBank and CFC, and we believe that we will be able to bring it to the board next month. There were challenges in what CoBank wanted and then what CFC needed, and so it's basically three attorneys trying to work out the document. So we anticipate, sorry?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so move to table that.
we are going to table that. And we will also table policy B3, the policy that seems to never want to die. We have asked the auditors to review because there's a concern that Levi had and wanted to make sure that we were not doing something that they would have a problem with. And we got it to them. They did not get it back to us yet. We anticipate that we should have it next week sometime. And once that happens, then that will be hopefully, this isn't wood, but hopefully that will be the last step on that one. And then we will be able to bring it back to the board next month and get that one approved.
And we would also do, because that's the bylaw.
Yeah.
That will, so we'll want to add bylaw amendment to next month's agenda as well.
And then
Okay.
also on B3, there are a number of places where it refers to RUS guidelines and RUS standards. I'm wondering as
Those are going to be
CFC,
taken out.
yeah.
I think that we didn't go back and do that
That,
because we have not gotten to the point
Right.
where,
But I'm wondering if, as we finalize CoBank and CFC stuff, if we should reference any of their, measurements or tier or guidelines, or how we'll sort of,
What I remember of how it referenced to RUS, what I would recommend is that it'll just say lender requirements, because I think it
Okay.
just generically said RUS requirements
Yeah.
or something like that, so no sense in having to change it every time.
and
Change the
they had
language
many
every time.
more requirements than do
Right,
CoBank and
right.
CFC.
Great.
excellent.
So we probably need a motion to table this too.
I move to table the CFC loan resolution and financial management.
Thanks, Liz. A motion by Liz and a second by Carl. All those in favor? Any further discussion? Nope. I mean, all those not in favor. Motion carries.
Okay, policy B8, release of corporate information. This policy was discussed last month. You see Levi's modifications to it on page 1.
Those were based on the
Discussion last month.
discussion.
Make a motion to approve policy B
Second,
as modified
And make it public.
and make it public.
second,
Perfect. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries.
Now, for Cray's benefit, typically we have, as we go through and the board policies are on a cycle that we go through, we have been approving the policy and then also making it public because that was not something that had been done in the past. With the approval of this policy, it now includes the public board policies. So that won't necessarily need to be part of the approval process. The only ones that we would, if there is some reason, and I can't think of a reason why, that we would want to keep a board policy confidential, then that would need to be part of the.
Okay. And how often is the cycle on when these come up?
It's
for review?
typically between 12 and 24 months, depending on the policy. But if there is something that we need to change because of something that comes up, the policy will come up more frequently than that.
just one question. How do we track that? Because we have a revised date, but I'm assuming that if we approve it with no revisions,
It
It's
still is a
still-
revised date.
it still has a revised
Yes.
date. Okay.
Well, and there's a date when it's signed.
Okay.
So like this one. will be-
I just don't, I don't see them on here, and I'm like, the credit card one says 2013, but I'm pretty sure we've looked at it between that.
Yes.
2013
Yeah, actually,
and
yes, the
now.
revised date doesn't change if we don't change it. But
The
but
date
you
is
have the
signed.
Date that it was
Okay.
signed.
Okay,
Um,
okay,
on the
all
bottom,
right.
yeah.
So you
Oh, on the
re-sign it
bottom.
even if it's not revised.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Uh,
Okay,
And Liz did send an email and ask a question about, I believe it's B10. But that there was some discrepancy of what is on the website, what's on call to order. And so.
on the tariffs, but
Yes, and the tariff. And what we are doing is that we noticed that, I believe it was Kristen that brought it to our attention. And so we've been going through an audit of all the board policies that are on the website and on the tariff, as well as what's in call to order, and making sure that they are all the most current versions. And so we expect that that should be completed within the next 30 to 60 days. We've identified. We just
I
have,
was curious how hard that is for you guys to try to keep what's on, the website, it seems to me, has the accurate information. And I'm like, I can just go to the website. It doesn't have to be on, the iPad allows me to go to the website from pretty much anywhere. I don't know how important it is for the other directors to have the entire tariff on the iPad versus on the website. The policies are nice for sure, because you're, looking at the agenda and reading the policies for guidance. But I don't know about the tariff, like the time it takes to make sure that, to audit the tariff on our iPad versus just having us go to the website. It's up to the,
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that out to the
And
rest of
what
the
I would
board.
say-
On the iPad, I always go to the website. when I need to
Yeah.
look at it.
what I would say is that it should not be that difficult to keep up. There have been some inconsistencies in the process. We went through and we corrected the process to make sure that it got updated everywhere that needed to be. And the other piece was there were different people that updated different things. Now, that is not the case anymore. And so going forward, once we get this all done, it should never be an issue again.
Okay.
But I think that it is good for either board members or management staff to have access to it so that they can take this, and if you are somewhere, you can,
Okay.
look at all of the stuff that's there, as opposed to needing to be, because there are times, I know this is not that often, but internet service isn't that great.
Right.
And so you can't get to the website to be able to get access to something.
Okay.
So I think it does make sense to keep it in both at this point.
I appreciate it. I just don't want to make a. Thank you.
So I
Okay,
have a quick question.
Sure.
As new to this, is this making it easier and less cumbersome for the large generator folks to make an installation by deleting that language in paragraph 1 about?
oh,
when you get an
you're
agreement
on
with the
policy B10.
Yeah.
Well, first,
Streamline.
yes, we, policy B10, interconnection of distributed energy resources. There are modifications that Levi made, some of which address staff concerns. And I think that may have been one of the concerns that that Scott had addressed or identified. So Scott, do you want to take that question?
Well, currently we have a tariff that allows somebody to interconnect up to 250 kW. This policy here says if generator is 26 or larger, the member has to go to Tri-State. Tri-State's not going to talk to them for something.
Okay.
They probably won't talk to them for something at 251 kW. So all we're doing here with this is removing all of this language and pointing them to the applicable tariff that contains the language to tell them what sizes they can interconnect.
So it's streamlining the process.
Better to only have that information in one place.
Yeah, and that's what we have been identifying is, as we've gone through this and gone through the tariff, is that, there's something that is in different places. And so when you change it, you have to make sure that you change it everywhere. And so one of the things that we have been trying to do, and Scott did a great job of identifying this, is that pointing the policy to the tariff so that you change it in the tariff and you only change one thing.
I move to approve policy B10.
Motion, or no, you said this one's already.
And make it public.
Yes.
We always forget that part.
I
Well,
always forget
except
that
that now,
It's already
because of the
public.
last one that we approved, we won't have to say make it public anymore.
Right.
Okay.
Oh,
Right.
last one.
All right, we have a motion by Liz,
HEA.
L-Y, no. Okay,
second by Carl.
well, I got.
Oh, did
Craig,
you?
but,
No, that's
uh,
fine.
Okay,
Goes
they
down.
said at the same time.
All right. Any further discussion on B10? All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, policy B12, which is the business credit card. There is a single page. I mean, there's a second page, but there's nothing on it. There are no changes to the policy.
Move to approve policy B12.
And make it public.
I don't have to do it because we just said
Oh,
for the
the
release
last
of
one you said.
corporate.
We approved B8, so now the
Yeah.
policies will be public.
Yeah,
So you will never have to say that again.
and I don't know why we didn't review
What?
B8
In
first.
B8,
Says
if
the
you look at
policies
the
are,
language that we put in there,
Oh,
public board policies.
Sorry, I missed you.
All of them.
Now.
we should have done B8 when we started this process like 18 months
They did
ago.
the very first one.
Made them-
We got a motion
Second.
and a second by Carl. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay,
25.
yes. So Scott,
So we received bids for the Highway 125 project. We received two bids. The low bid was 2.8 million. High bid was 5.2 million. The total cost of the project, there was a mistake in the spreadsheet that I sent out earlier. Total cost of the project, the way I see it, there's additional 600,000 in costs to a cost of about 3.4 in total cost. And so we are asking the board for the award of $2.8 million contract to Altitude Energy. They are partnered with Sessions and Sons out of Walden. It's a project that we need to do. Line was damaged heavily by the fire. We had temporary underground cable running on top of the ground for a year and a half. We need to get started on this project so we can make that safe again.
and Scott, can you give the board kind of a 30,000-foot overview about the process that we went out to get bids? Because we wanted more than two, because FEMA wants three. And we sent it to a number of people, but explain how we did that.
So there is a, if you'll recall, we went through this earlier last year. There is a public site called BidNet. And when you put a project out on BidNet, you can have BidNet notify contractors. You can have, it's also available for any contractor that wants to look at it. I believe the first time around, some 200 contractors had accessed it. I can't quite remember the number of interested parties the first time around. This time around, there were 4 interested contractors. In addition, you have to notify minority and women-owned contractors to make that available to them to bid. We did that, went through that process. And after all of that, after going to bid on this twice, we have received 2 bids. I believe I have good confidence in the low bidder. They're contractors that we work with. And I have excellent confidence that they can get the job done. And we have applied to the state office that deals with the grants from FEMA to approve our bidding process. just because we only got the 2 bids. If we had gotten 3 bids, that's a move we wouldn't have to jump through. But we have made that request. As of yesterday, we haven't heard anything from them. We called and did not get a call back yesterday. But it's part of the process. There really should be no reason why they won't approve that to make it eligible for award. But it is the government, so nothing's guaranteed.
Could Jeff submit a bid and then we say we have 3 bids? And
Not after you've said it on
We
YouTube.
missed the mandatory 3 bids. At the beginning of it.
Scott, are they gonna excavate the trench or are they gonna plow it in, or do you have any idea? Was there any specifications on that?
There were no specifications given in the contract. It was a lump sum bid. We did not want to dictate units to contractors because we really don't know what areas they will have to bore, what areas they will have to trench, what areas they plow.
It's gonna be a nightmare.
Pretty rocky.
We left it up to the contractor to get us a conduit from point A to point B.
Good job. Thank you.
Who is the other bidder?
The other bidder was Ward Electric, who was a contractor that we have used in the past to do line extension work. It was 5.2 million. Actually, their bid came down. They were 5.8 the first time around we did this. So they tried, but they were obviously not successful.
Yeah, and as Scott said, Altitude has worked on the make-ready work for the fiber, and they also helped us with some other projects, fire-related restoration. They have done a really good job for us, and so we are confident that they can do this.
Where are they at?
They're based out of Denver
Yeah.
area.
They're front range down around, their offices around Brighton. or
Yeah, I was gonna
Fort
say
Leavenworth,
Brighton.
somewhere around there. That's where it is.
They're subbing with Sessions, so.
Yeah, there's
Sessions will do all the estimating.
I have, that gives me a lot of confidence in Sessions.
They're good.
They have a lot of really good equipment.
That make you feel good, Carl?
Oh, yeah, they're reliable.
They're good.
I always thought.
Yeah.
Scott, is that in line with your engineer's estimate cost wise?
The engineer's estimate we did several years ago, and it was a bit lower than that. A lot has changed since then.
But you're comfortable from that end?
Diesel wasn't $6 a gallon.
The first, I will give you, when we bid this project in November of last year, we got 3 bids. The low bid at that time was 2 million. However, that contractor had taken some exceptions. So we asked them to remove their exceptions and offered the opportunity for them to make an adjustment in their price. They doubled. So their bid went from 2 million to 4 million. That was after having seen obviously what the other 2 bids were. And so we disqualified that based on that practice. So the 2.8 million is as good a bid as we're gonna get.
So,
Is-
just so I'm clear, are we going to execute a contract with this bidder prior to understanding whether or not we get reimbursed? Or are we going to wait until we get a clear idea of, not reimbursed, whether they approve the bid process?
Yes, what we are, because of the time frame, and it is a safety issue as it is
Right,
currently
right.
constructed, we wanted to get the board's approval to execute the contract. We will not do that until we get some kind of confirmation from FEMA.
From the.
Although
If it's
at
too late,
this point, we're almost in a position where we end up having to do this even if we don't get reimbursed for it, because FEMA has been a joy to work with. But if they require 3, I mean, we could keep bidding this out and never get 3.
Well,
We
wouldn't
did
they take into,
advertise this in the paper as well.
Yeah.
wouldn't they take into consideration
Justin.
the fact that we had 3?
This time around, we only ended up with 2, but we put it out to as wide a field as we could, but we only got 2 people that bid back. Justin?
This is a rebuild from about mile marker 3 to the Buffalo Creek entrance, not including our separate potential rebuild up Buffalo Creek to the Little King. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
That other piece is either out for bid. It is out for bid, but we don't have a price yet on that. And the board, we had discussed with the board previously how we would handle the cost of that rebuild, and that would still be our plan to move forward with that. And Craig, I can discuss that with you offline.
So are you, is staff looking for a motion to approve the contract without the condition of hearing about the FEMA reimbursement?
Staff is asking the board to authorize staff to execute the contract. But at this point, we will not execute until we get clarification from FEMA. But at some point, we may need to move forward knowing that FEMA might not approve it because we need to get the work done.
Would it be easier just to make the motion
Without
without
that,
that condition?
yeah.
And then off you go, because
Yeah.
you want to do it anyway, why?
We would like that, but if the board is not comfortable doing that, we will take it with the condition.
We have to rebuild the line, so, and I don't see things necessarily getting, we'd have to go through a whole nother winter, which we don't want to do, and then bid it out again.
Yeah.
And
I also
I don't
believe-
really know that,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, go ahead.
I also believe there is a stipulation on the Forest Service permit that
Need to get it done.
it will expire,
Right.
and then we'll have to go through and redo that.
Right. So I move that we authorize staff to execute the contract, leaving it up to them, how long you wait to get notice from the state. If you don't get it, you don't get it.
I'll second that.
Thanks, Justin. A motion by Liz and a second by Justin. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
How much is FEMA potentially of that 2.8? How much are they kicking?
90%.
Okay.
Because it's normally less than that, but with the infrastructure bill, they got additional money, and that would take the FEMA portion up to 85, and the state's kicking in 5% from the FEMA money that they got. So it would be 90%. Although it's supposed to be 90% on all the other ones that they've approved for us at this point, and we haven't seen any money from it.
90% zero.
But not to get into this too much, but did engineering and staking look at obviously the flooding that has a huge potential up there for vaults, and just moving that away from those areas or deep enough where it won't be affected in the future?
We did what we could with the information we had at the time, and also keeping the spacing. I think we're going every 1,200 feet with vaults, so we'll move them around as we can, as it's possible, get out of those areas. But at the time we designed it, we didn't have all that information. So we'll keep taking it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, a lot of those vaults up there, concrete road rated vaults.
Yeah.
So they're gonna be pretty hardy against vehicles can drive on them. It would take a lot to hurt these vaults that are gonna go in up there.
All those drainages get pretty deep though, and have the
Yeah.
potential to get either completely buried or is there still down cut?
Talk about a liability earlier. If that isn't a
Who's got a
liability
crystal
for
ball on that?
parks.
Geez, it will be fairly close to that.
Okay, that moves us to election of officers.
Great, this is something that we do every year and after the board, after the annual meeting. So this is part of the process.
Okay.
Before we get started with it, I'd like to say, I think it's a good time for a board reorganization. And when I say that, I mean my seat as president. We're going to go into a transition next spring. And I think it'd be a really good time to get somebody else on board to get through that transition and make that flow as, you know, as good as possible. I've thoroughly enjoyed, you know, the time I've spent as president. I think I've been doing that for 4 or 5 years. That said, I think it's a
That
good,
ain't over and over.
it's a good time. So
How long have you been president? Jeff? Since I've been.
4 or 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because Greg was.
Yeah.
Need to
And
have
then
this
after
on the
his place.
agenda?
It is on the agenda if
it's
you
on there.
go up to the, up here.
Oh, okay, it's just not on
It's
this
just,
agenda.
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So with that, I guess Levi will turn it over to you, right? Is that how we do that?
Yes.
Sure, yeah. So we can do written or oral ballots, so. what do we have?
I can get paper if you want written.
So one way to do it that has been successful is to do a written nomination ballot. If that's unanimous, then that's who the officer is. If not, then you take all those persons nominated for each position and then do another ballot to elect. Whether it takes. Yeah, actually, vote. Make sure it takes.
Ricky, president of this outfit.
So
I'm gonna keep my hands in my pockets on day.
you best not interior. Anybody want to make any speeches for president?
Yeah.
Jeff, are you unwilling to serve as president?
I just think it's a good time, Justin, a good time to have that reorganization process go. I mean,
Answer his question.
I suppose you could force me, but do you want to do that? I don't. I just think the timing's good.
So if that's okay process with you all, do it that way. Does that work?
We're gonna do a written nomination process.
Written nomination ballot.
There's 2.
Just question, is there a nominating committee or is there no past discussions on this? among
Nope.
the
You know as
board?
much
This
as
is it right
Oh,
here.
but okay.
Oh,
Justin,
is there anybody that's interested in is there anybody that has interest in serving as president? And yeah, that would be my question.
I was gonna ask you that. You know, I've been vice president. I have an interest in serving. I know it would be a step up in time. But and I'm also cognizant that, you know, you might also have an interest, and if you have an interest, then you know, that'd be great. I'd be willing to continue to serve as vice president. Since Jeff's been president, I think it's important as we go through these next few years, there's a lot of change that's going to happen, and having a vice president and a president that can work together and can bounce ideas off each other and bring different perspectives to the positions, I think is really going to be important. So I think we all want to make this organization really successful, and you know, we all care about the members, we care about the employees, and we have a lot of responsibility. So
Just don't forget the rest of us.
don't forget the rest of who. You and the director.
I didn't
But
mention.
well,
What,
I'm
you need a
not sure who else.
Thanks.
Carl's thrown his name in the hat for president. I
I'm
think.
just giving you.
And
Does
so,
anybody else have interest?
Yeah, does anyone else have
Ooh,
interest?
fancy.
I mean, I
Kristen,
say that
Mark?
because Kristen has
No.
said she's.
I'm
not
interested
gonna
in
run.
typing, so I would be interested in being secretary again, but.
and Justin, Levi, I believe, is going to text you.
Yeah, I just did, yes. that's
Okay,
me.
and so you can text your nominations back to Levi.
So we go
Do you
for
have
president,
any-
vice president, secretary.
So, no, we're just
You
gonna
wanna
be
be
president.
Just president at this
Yeah,
point.
Just president.
Wait, are we really just texting you or?
No, just
No,
Justin.
Justin is, because he,
Because he can't deliver.
Gotcha.
either that or he
Unless
can
you're
write it
aware.
on a piece of paper and then hold it up to the
Alright,
camera.
Are we okay with a public nomination?
Well,
Sure, like I said,
if you
that was
want
my
to,
idea. I didn't
you
hear the
can,
objection,
you
but-
can give your nomination publicly, but everybody else has written theirs on a piece of paper, so.
I would nominate Liz without having to text Levi. So
Okay. I just wanted to make it as easy as possible for you.
Man, you've already checked out.
Send a telegram.
I would rather be very vocal with that nomination. So
Okay. So the teller committee consisting of Levi will now review the nominations.
Tight process.
We have a teller committee consisting of Levi. Why did we have to send 25 grand to Minnesota?
Did somebody, so
I
I got,
Because that's the different type of,
We had nominations for Liz and for Justin. Justin, you willing to serve?
at this time, I would feel more comfortable in a vice president role than the president role.
So, as Carl said, to Jeff, would you answer for when you asked him the question, would you answer my question? Are you willing to serve as president or not? Are you withdrawing?
I would withdraw from the president at this time.
Okay, then there would be unanimous for Liz.
So what do we do next?
So
Okay,
I
Vice President.
I nominate Justin for vice president.
Second.
second. Or
Make
just, well,
a
no.
motion, the nomination cease.
You
and
can't.
Justin
Levi is in
You guys
charge.
doing it?
Make a motion.
The election
the
official
nomination
here.
cease.
Well, so Liz, you're president now. Do you want to continue to do, and it's not necessarily your decision. I'm trying to wrangle some cats here, apparently. Are we going to continue to do it the same way, or do you want to do it? Apparently Carl would like to do it by voice vote now. Is that how everybody else wants to do it? Yeah.
I think it would,
Justin
I work for
been
you, so
nominated.
whatever you want to do, that's fine. It's
I
both are
think
okay
in
by the
the
bylaws.
interest of time, it would make
Okay.
sense unless, if there's any other director who objects to that, we could do it by
I
mail.
make a motion, the nomination cease and Justin be elected by acclamation.
Second.
Blah, blah, blah. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Okay, all opposed? Same sign, none. I'm sorry, it's gonna take me a little while, Carl.
So then, Levi, do we do treasurer or secretary next? Doesn't matter.
Let's do secretary.
That is currently Justin. right?
Kristen,
Kristen is currently the secretary, and I believe she indicated that she would be willing to serve again.
I'd be willing to take the notes again.
okay, is there a nomination for Kristen to be secretary or a motion?
So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Kristen is elected.
Now, in addition, though, to taking a note, you get to sign all this stuff too, so, you know,
I do.
that's
I do.
another
I get to
perk.
practice my cursive.
Okay,
And treasurer.
treasurer.
That's currently just.
Justin was the
Justin.
treasurer, yes.
Treasurer also gets to sign stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
I nominate Jeff.
Accept it?
Sure. Nobody else wants, I mean. Mark?
No, it's not my strong suit.
It's my first day.
You're lucky you're not president. Go to the bathroom and you will be.
And I'll make a motion, the nomination cease and Jeff be elected by acclamation.
All in favor?
Who seconded that?
Mark, yeah.
Get all the seconds, so hope you
I did.
mark it
Yep.
nice, right?
Okay, all in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, just
Did
the
it-
treasurer.
A question, had we ever combined those two, Secretary?
We did at
I
one,
thought
at
at
one
one
time.
time, I couldn't remember, it's a conservation district or here, we combined those two.
And then we also had everybody be assistant secretaries and treasurers, but
And
did
we
we stop
changed that.
that? We no
Yes.
longer do that.
The rest of us are just here.
Well, but your chance is coming up here. So
Yeah, yeah, we gotta do
now we
Western
have the
United
reps.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
NRECA and.
yeah, we definitely have to change or put somebody on the United because that person has no longer on the board. And then, if the board wants to keep the others or look at the others, that's something they can do as well.
Yeah, so
Could we do a refresher on the requirements for those representatives? I thought our bylaws specified you needed to have your CCD or something for certain positions.
I don't know.
I don't remember that.
I don't
Look at
know
it.
about
That's not
that.
true.
We'll have to,
I don't think there was.
I could be wrong on that.
yeah,
I think you're right.
I don't-
Because I'm kind of looking at that in terms of this new training for me. And there
Yeah.
was something in there until I complete the credentialing thing, I can't be something. So there's something out there that
Yeah.
you're referring to.
If we could just spend 2 minutes,
okay. So under the director.
And until you get credentialed, you can't serve
yeah.
as.
Or do you
So
think
the
it's
word
under duties
credentials
and
not in
functions
there?
and duties? Oh, it's in the bylaws though.
Yeah, the bylaws, the word credentials not in there. You can think of another way it might have been worded.
You remember seeing something like that?
Yeah, those 2,600 level courses that I have to take. So
I thought that was in the bylaws.
No, it's.
Maybe it was a
Oh.
policy.
Yeah.
I don't remember it in the bylaws. I might remember it in the policy could, I just don't think it would be.
Maybe I saw it on Crawford.
In the bylaws, it says you have to get your training within 5 years.
But that's just, yeah, to be
But that's
qualified as
just,
director, right?
yeah, that's just to keep
Yeah.
your,
I thought it was 3 years for the CCD.
no, it's 5.
It's 5.
I remember we looked at it before.
All right.
Well, I could be wrong,
I
Carl.
think it's 3 years. I think it's 3 years.
That's what I thought it was.
I gotta take it.
3 years sounds right to me.
Okay, well then I'm wrong.
I looked at it.
Maybe we were talking about whether it was 2 or 3.
They do, does everybody have their CCD? Except for Craig, right?
I have one more class to take.
I have one more class to take. I've got off the cycle going,
Yeah.
Yeah, once you get
It's
off
hard
the
to get.
cycle, it's hard to get them.
unless you travel to get it, go to pay to get it, to do it through.
Yeah.
State. That's a good way to get it.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Like Craig's.
I looked at the schedule online for online classes, and there's one next week. Right, and then they're kind of monthly. It looked like I could get it done by October,
Is it CRA or NRECA?
the cooperative.com.
Yeah, that's NRECA.
Should we,
Oh, here we go. Okay. Board policy
have them.
311.
That's
Oh, tri-state.
Oh, that's a
policy.
tri-state. One of the tri-state board policies.
Oh,
It just.
All right.
maybe,
Sorry.
should we, do you remember anything like that, Levi?
No, I mean, no, I don't. And it's never been
Okay, well,
discussed. That
let's-
doesn't mean it's not
Well,
there.
tell you what,
Just scanning through the directions
can
policies, I don't see
we
anything.
appoint
but-
these people
Yeah.
contingent on
Being
clarifying, that being qualified? And that way we can look this up, not during the meeting, and make sure that it's, I mean, we're looking for something that I'm not sure is there.
Yeah, yeah.
So it might take a
I'm
while
not sure.
Yeah,
to confirm it.
When I-
I'm sure it's fun.
So we need to go over Western United.
Yeah, that is the need at this
Right,
point.
and-
We still have people appointed for the other positions, but if the board wants to look at those, you can as well.
Right, and I
Well, and
think,
I think Tri-State requires you to do it every year.
well, we just did it, they were requiring it annually. Do we do
Yeah.
it both annually and after our?
Oh, you already
annual
did it
meeting?
once, I
I
see.
thought we did it in January for Carl.
I don't remember.
Well, we could do it again.
Does the
Okay.
person coming into Western United, are they then put into the treasurer role at Western?
No,
Because
they
Dick
would
was
not
just
be.
elected.
Yeah, Dick was just elected, and I believe that United has a policy that they kind of cascade people up, and depending on where treasurer falls, they may have to pick somebody for that position. So you would, anybody that is appointed by this board as a representative of Western United would be a board member only at this point.
And for Craig's information, Western United is our supplier of materials, and they also are a cooperative. And they have a board made up of their members, except for some, it gets a little more complicated. but-
And they are located in Brighton, and that's where their meetings are.
And they.
How often do they meet?
Yeah.
Uh,
I was thinking quarterly.
Once a month.
Is it quarterly? Yeah,
Once
I
a
think you're
month.
right.
So it's
Not
physical.
Western.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's quarterly.
Stuff out in the yard.
Tri-State's
Right,
monthly,
exactly.
Western is.
I think it's
Western
quarterly, but they do sometimes have special meetings, so
Yeah.
it may be more than quarterly.
So you'll be driving to Brighton.
Well, they're usually once a month.
Western's quarterly now, Carl.
Oh, it is quarterly?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I think they changed when they picked up a couple more, because they picked up the director from Nevada and I think from Utah.
Okay.
And there's representatives who holds those positions with Western United.
Western United, the cooperatives within Colorado and I believe New Mexico, they each appoint a director. For Nevada and Utah, they have, I think, one, because there are fewer than 5 co-ops or something like that. So it's slightly different rules, but for all of the co-ops in Colorado, it's one per co-op.
Yeah, and that's the part I said it's complicated. They've added some territory, and when they did that, they changed the representation for those new territories. And the other thing that they do is, because they go out and get the bids for materials, then we don't have to. They satisfy that criteria for us if we buy through them.
And they pay the expenses of whoever's appointed from Western United.
Yes. So I'm looking around the board. Joe, you can't do it.
You interested?
You interested, Mark?
Not really, but I would step up. Somebody's got to do these.
Somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's got to do them, and I've been on the board for 5 years. I could step up into it.
You wanting to do it?
Not really, but if somebody would like to do it more than I would,
Well, I nominate Mark then.
And I will say that they have a fish fry annually, so
what kind of fish?
I don't know, never been to it.
It's really
Pretty
big
famous,
fish.
it's pretty good.
Can I have a second?
How long are those meet? Anybody you attend those?
No, yeah, I don't know.
A long ass meetings?
I think you figure a day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a long drive down.
Yeah, a long day meeting down. There's no one else to do it. I'd step up to it, I guess.
Okay, all in,
Who's the
is there a
second?
motion?
Jeff
Made a motion.
And a second.
Carl.
All in favor of Mark being the Western United representative?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
okay.
Okay, just for clarity, and in case we need this for Tri-State, Carl, are you willing to serve again as the Tri-State rep?
If the board feels that I am doing an adequate job, yes, I would like to continue on. If not, then
I'll make a motion to Carl to stay on the tri-state.
For a second.
Second.
Oh, second from Justin. All in favor of Carl continuing to be the tri-state, Mountain Parks tri-state representative?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous.
CREA.
CREA. Jeff,
Yeah, I'd like to stay on with it but if somebody else wants to give it a shot.
Well, you're on anyway, aren't you, because of past president?
Yeah.
I nominate Jeff.
excellent. Okay. I think Carl moved it. Jeff, continue on as the CREA rep. All in favor?
Seconded by Mark.
Seconded by Mark. All in favor? It's unanimous. Who else do we have? We have NRECA, but we might want to look at those meetings.
And
Well, you don't have a NRECA rep.
Yeah,
we
we
do
do
delegates
delegates.
to it.
Region 7.
We have
Yeah,
a
Dick
Region
was.
7.
Oh.
That's the, like,
And
the
he was
resolutions
on the
committee.
resolutions committee.
Yeah,
Oh,
but-
you just get to,
Yeah.
But
Mountain
that's.
Parks gets to appoint that?
No, I think that's through CREA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
That vote comes through CREA.
Unless Mountain Parks has something special, one of my other co-ops get just
Okay.
appoint,
Okay, they just
Somebody to that.
appoint someone to attend it.
yeah,
Okay,
or, well, no, not to attend, just, uh,
Well,
for a voting delegate.
Yeah.
Similarly, for the tri-state annual meeting, you have
Okay.
a separate delegate as opposed to your rep on the board.
Because he was like on the
Okay, yeah,
care
yeah.
committee and all in that
Yes.
too, right? So
I
that'll
don't
have.
remember that, but yeah, he must have gotten elected some other way.
Yeah, I think it's through CREA, for sure.
well, we can look into that and cover it in the draft. Okay,
I think that's all of them at this point.
yeah, what time is it?
It is 10 to 11 and the lunch should be here about 11:30.
Okay, so are people ready to plunge forward into, not into the board document business policy that I have up, but the engineering
engineering
report? Anyone need a break, or can we see if we can get this all done in 40 minutes?
I think we can do that.
Engineering will be just riveting. So you all have my report. Does anybody have any questions?
That was riveting, good job, Scott.
We'll see about the questions.
Long rivets.
It's excellent to see the work trucks all around.
Yeah, we are in the process of trying to get more crews up here. Contractor for phase 1 brought 2 crews in this week, so now we have 3 crews for the phase 1 of the fiber. And we are expecting 7 crews for the overhead work on phase 2 to start to show up next week. So hopefully we'll see more trucks.
Excellent.
Scott, what's on the community solar project, how big is that in scale compared to the North Park? And
It's
twice the
it's
size.
twice the
Twice the
size.
size.
It's projected to be 2 megawatts based on policy 119, which
No.
may not happen.
So
What do we
that's
think is
in
that,
compar-
Brett?
2 in comparison to the Fraser.
Yeah.
So it's twice the size because
Twice the
the other
size of
2
Fraser.
are 1 megawatt apiece.
Thank you.
And at some point, if you want to get into the specifics on how the economics on that work, I suggest reviewing the tri-state work policies 119 and 115. They should be in here.
Except for we have an issue with 115 on the iPads. When you look at 115, which is titled, I don't remember, distributed energy resources or something. When you click on it, it's actually policy 116, which is their load shedding policy in case of emergency. So the 115. did
We
you
have
guys
them,
update? We
the
can
policies.
update
I
it.
can forward 115 to you
Oh,
and we'll update it
Yeah.
on this.
Anyway, it's,
thank you.
it is in there, but yeah, that affects the economics.
Where are the tri-state policies on the iPad?
Under board documents.
Under board docs.
Oh, there.
Yes.
Yeah.
We went out now, full disclosure, Tri-State goes through, as we do
Yeah.
periodically, and reviews them. Those were as of about 6 months ago, I think. when I went in, because I asked Tri-State if they could just send them all to me in like a zip file, and they said, well, this is the way that you can go in and get them. You have to go in and download them each separately. And so I did the 100 and some of them
Yeah,
that
there's
there
a
are,
lot of them.
and then we uploaded them. So we will refresh that periodically. And what I had planned to do is follow the Tri-State board meetings to see if there were any changes made to it, to be able to know whether or not we needed to change the copy that we had. But
They are supposed to, on some of them anyway, they have to give us notice. Like policy 115, when they change it, they notice us and then we have a comment period. I don't know if the corporate policy.
not all of them are that way.
I'll report on the little information about related to policy 115. 117 is the rec policy.
Right.
And the recs are going up in price. They're been held at $1 forever, and they're going up to $3 to $6 right now. But because the policy 117 is usually a 10-year period, it's hard to change to stay up current with the rec pricing. So Tri-State is going to monitor it this summer. Then they will make a recommendation, send it out to all the co-ops for their input, and then make either eliminate the policy completely or make a change in the policy that's somewhat current. So just, it's related to 115.
And then they're gonna have to probably file that at FERC.
I would imagine, I don't know.
Yeah, if there are any changes made to the policies, they will file them with FERC and have FERC approve them or accept them.
But anyway, look around August, September for
Okay, policy 117.
notification that they're changing the policy. It's up to date.
Clarification question, $1 per megawatt hour?
No,
or
$1 per rec.
Per rec, and how much is a rec associated with in terms of generation?
It depends on, I mean,
I
there
think
is a
if we look at
calculation.
policy 117,
Yeah, I'll just-
I think it is megawatt, but
It's megawatt.
Yeah.
Okay.
The recs for the two solar projects are $1, and the recs for the Granby Hydro project are $8.50.
Okay.
Why are they why the price inflation? I mean,
it's because they are traded on the open market, and the policy,
Advantage.
yeah, Tri-State has had these, and they have always sold them to members at $1. And that was part of the discussion about, I think, 6 months ago in the managers meeting of, should it be something that is more tied to the market? And I don't think it's going to make a whole lot of difference money-wise, but it is something that not all Tri-State members use the RECs, and then some of them that do are providing them to some of their members that are looking for certification of green power. So they buy the RECs from Tri-State and then sell them or give them to the member.
Well, the other issue with the RECs that I don't know if it was talked about, we're kind of getting off the engineering report, is that Tri-State has been meeting the requirements of the RPS or the state requirements for all members by buying RECs. And as those prices go up, that price of complying will change.
Yes, and we had to, in June, 1st of June, which I missed that because I was out, but so it was I think the 4th of June when I did send it to the Public Utilities Commission, the certification letter from us, which includes a letter from Tri-State and all of the spreadsheets that go along with it for that we comply.
And that's why it goes with the 115 project. You can, co-op can either choose or not to choose to take the RECs. They have if they want to put them on the market, take the money, run, that's their choice, or leave them with Tri-State and let Tri-State meet the obligation.
Did you say that it's going up to almost 6 or 7 per
3 to 6.
3 to 6? And is there a difference, like what gets 3, what gets 6?
Vintage.
Vintage.
That's what my understanding is vintage. How old they are
Okay,
and what part of the country they're in too.
interesting. Oh, that's almost half a cent per kilowatt hour if anyone wants to sell their RECs.
Anything else on the engineering report? We straight.
No problem.
Not a good first report here. Operations.
All right, y'all should have my board report in front of you. Since I submitted this board report, I have a handful of things that I guess have happened since then that you guys might find interesting. One of the first things I was tasked with is the Verizon line over by Wolford Mountain Reservoir. We got eyes on that line, took a bunch of pictures. It's got a huge tree problem, so we've contacted Verizon with Mark's help and Levi and Scott. We've sent them a certified letter saying that they need to get the trees cut within 30 days. We're going to shut the power off. Obviously, if the county goes to higher fire danger, it wasn't in the letter, but we may need to shut it off sooner if they don't get it fixed. So they have been in contact with me, and sounds like they're ready to get the trees cut. So we'll definitely be following up with that to make sure they get that situation resolved. Another thing, actually went over to Heaney with Scott. And we looked at this, there's a line over there along the road that the land keeps sliding down towards the county road there that Mark knows what we're talking about. Anyway, most of it's in really good shape. Most of the poles look pretty good. There was 3 poles that we made some service orders on. The guys are going to get up there in the next week or 2 and get them straightened out. So we did that. We also, on the report there, it says we're waiting on the pole wraps to help get some of these fire projects wrapped up. We received those in finally. So hopefully we can wrap up. There's 3 FEMA projects, Highway 34, Bunty subdivision, and Willow Creek. We should be able to wrap up all 3 of those projects now that we got the material in to do that. And, finally, just going to mention we're going to have 3 summer interns start in June here. 2 of them are actual apprentice linemen that went through line school and you know, they wanted jobs. And then the one, I'm going to call him a kid because he is he's a high schooler here in Green. So he's trying to decide if he wants to pursue line work or what he wants to do. So we love trying to get local people interested in what we do. That's what I had to add. If anybody has any questions,
Only one of those is local.
just one of them. Yeah.
Where do we house those interns?
They are responsible for finding housing.
They're
We're,
responsible for that.
yes,
Okay.
and I mean, in the past, we have had some that have stayed with Mountain Parks employees. They've rented a room from them, and we are looking at something that we will bring to the board once we know cost structure and stuff like that, that would provide housing for them that would be on campus here.
Do we pay them enough to
The dirtiest quarter of the show.
that they can find housing right now?
We're paying them like,
So $25 an hour is what these guys are starting out at. And I work with them all real closely, Jessica also, and we found housing for them. We work stuff out, and then of course the local kid, he's got housing.
Yeah. I would say so, yeah. Thank you.
Craig, for your clarification, pole wraps, It is a wrap that is put around the base of the poles. And what it does is in the event of a fire, it's like a wire mesh that has coating on it. And when the fire heats up, it expands and it prevents the fire from burning the pole.
Okay. Like a
Now,
collar.
obviously, if it gets up above it, because it's about 8 feet.
They're gonna be about 12 feet high
Okay.
on the pole and a foot deep in the ground. So if you get around vegetation that's higher than that 12 feet, trees falling on the line or whatever, they probably aren't gonna help, but most of the pole damage that we've seen, the pole catches on fire from the bottom and hopefully it'll help. Hopefully.
And
it
what's
happens
just
again.
rough cost per pole wrap installed?
I don't have that.
Couple of
We-
$100.
It's a few $100s per pole.
We
So
did
it's-
have it.
Yeah.
It's
I
good.
think they told us $600 per pole last month. $600.
It was expensive.
Yeah. And we will not do this on every pole that we have. We could not afford to do that. But as part of the tri-state rate reduction that they provided in 21 and then 22 of this year, we discussed with the board and the board approved using that money for fire mitigation purposes. And so it's a trip saver device and other things that we're doing to harden the system to prevent against fire damage.
Are we keeping any of those pole wraps in reserve? So if we have a fire, we can get out and wrap poles that are in that area? Because I know that was something that.
We have
Scooter did.
plans for all of them that we have
Okay,
that we have purchased at this point. We will look at that. We'll probably add some more into the budget in 23
okay.
to add additional pole wraps.
Yeah. I mean, we might not have time, but.
Send them young
but if
interns
you
out
did have
there.
time, yeah.
Get that wrapped up.
We
Get on it.
we typically keep our people out of areas when there's an active fire.
Well,
Other than, for red flag purposes, stuff like that, to where we will go in and shut off power
right.
to prevent additional damage. But we have
Just,
identified everywhere that we're going to put them, as we have with the trip savers, and the crews have been doing a great job getting the stuff out there. So,
The $600, does that include labor?
yes,
Is that our labor?
yes.
Did they go on kind of high priority lines and fire areas versus like a line out to?
So right
few
now,
houses.
they're going on these FEMA projects that they're actually staked for those projects, and that's what we got to do to complete the project in order to get some money back, hopefully.
Okay,
So that's where these ones are going.
so
those
they've
poles-
identified high danger
These-
areas.
Yeah, those poles that they're going on are actually on poles that previously burned down and were
Okay.
damaged, and they're brand new poles.
Yeah,
That's where these ones are going.
okay, thank you.
Another danger, that like the partial fire, not necessarily bad, but raptor deal. So
Yeah.
DM crow gets up there and comes down in a ball of flames. There's a bunch of grass around those
And-
poles.
and-
that,
We have
how
been
do you-
doing avian protection to try and address that. And as good as we are, the birds seem to just ignore it sometimes. So,
We've done more bird protection in the last 2 years than done in my whole career here. We partnered with, well, not partnered, but we bought a lot of this, what they call caddis cover up. You guys, if you go to Fraser and even towards Crumley now, you're gonna see a lot of these gray covers on the power line, along with the like X's on the cross arms. And it seems to be helping. I don't think we're quite getting as many power interruptions, but the ospreys, and they're just, we're just having a lot more trouble with birds on the nest on our poles.
yeah, and they are relentless. You take it down and they come back and try and rebuild it.
Any more questions for Adam? Under the finance report.
That's me. I am playing the part of Stacy, Jessica, and Rob today. So you have the report. If there are any specific questions that you have, the one thing that I did want to address is at the last board meeting, we discussed modifying our office hours. So we are open expanded hours Monday through Thursday and closed on Fridays. And we have only had one Friday at this point, but we had no member complaints. In fact, one member did come in and mention it, and he said, you know, but I really like the fact that you're open longer Monday through Thursday because it allows me to get in here before or after work. So we will continue to monitor that and provide feedback to the board as we see that going on. The other thing to mention is Don was our primary point of contact for the FEMA reimbursement. He works with others within Mountain Parks. Bethany from finance works on that. We have folks from operations that are also part of it. That has transitioned to Stacy, and Don had hoped to get some money back from them just so that he could tell me that he got money back. Unfortunately, he did not before he left. We're still waiting at this point. So any other questions, be happy to try and address.
What's CC&B training? NISC bill CC&B. I'm like
That has to do customer care and billing.
Okay, good. Excellent.
More acronyms.
Remind me, are all those folks out at training today or just all happen to be out at the same time?
Which
Rob,
folks? Oh,
Rob,
no.
Stacy, and
Stacy came down with a cold yesterday, got worse today. Rob has been out with a cold for 3 or 4 days, and unfortunately, he has continued to go downhill. He's not been able to recover. And Jessica is at training. She is part of the NRECA leadership training. It's a course that there are 2 on-site weeks. She attended the first about a month and a half ago, and this was the second. And there is a project that is required as part of that training. So once she finishes that and finishes the project, then we'll have her present that project that she does to the board.
All right. Any more questions on the finance report? Oh, I had a question. Our cost of power purchase is quite a bit higher. And I was curious, do we have a big peak is that driven by the peak?
Well, remember that it's like a lag.
Right, yeah.
And so
Right, yeah, that's true. But
we
compared
get,
to last year, it was.
and I think May, it was probably more because it was colder. We had the 2 snowstorms.
Yeah,
And
okay.
remembering back to May of 21, it
more,
was not cold,
right.
and we did not have snowstorms. So I think that there was probably more heating than what we would normally see in a month of May.
Okay, that was my.
Are they anticipating pumping this year?
Yes.
They are.
I just got an email at 7 o'clock that they're shutting down a week.
What do you got?
Justin?
Stacy in one of her graphs had a service orders for hang notes, which I noticed is sometimes 3 or 4 times as high as we have been doing on our hang notes. Is that, or you might have refreshed my memory, but were we maybe not able to hang note people during COVID or something? I can't remember, but it seems much higher. I mean, to the tune of 100 more a month even.
There were limitations on what you could do during COVID. And contrary to most of the co-ops that just didn't hang note anybody, if we were trying to collect from somebody and they were not telling us that it was COVID related because of work and that kind of thing, we still would hang note them and we would shut them off. I think during the time of COVID, we probably had maybe 10 that we did that because most of them would say that, that they were having issues because of number of hours, that kind of thing with COVID. I think that the bigger driver right now related to hang notes is with the economy, with the increase in gas prices and stuff like that. We anticipated that this was going to be an issue, so we have been spending a lot of time trying to keep up with folks and give them the opportunity for payment plans and that type of thing. but we are seeing more hang notes, but not necessarily more disconnects. It just takes more staff time to follow up with people. And we have a good group of people that do it. One that is primarily responsible, and I don't know what it is, but she can get people to pay. I guess she just has a great voice. And the others are being cross-trained in it to be able to provide additional support, because we anticipate that this is not going to get better anytime soon.
Any other questions? Good question, Justin. Okay, Joe, information technology.
So you have my report. I'll take any questions on that now. If there are none, I'll just add to the fourth bullet point that the Rapid7 deployment went live last night. And we are already getting a lot of alerts and emails as it discovers our network. So my laptop keeps dinging. So I've got to turn it off.
Wow.
See, there was a lost puppy somewhere around there.
Yeah, and
Yes.
the Halloween party.
It catches someone every month.
There is something about puppies that people just want to see where that puppy is. It's one of the test emails that we send out, and it comes up, and typically that's one that catches more people. But
Lost puppy. And
It's
there's
the
a
most
picture attached.
successful.
Yeah.
Test.
but you want
The
to
last test, we had no one click.
on anything. So that is
No one got caught in the last.
That- That's a
tremendous
question
improvement.
that I have. The training says we should, well, I think the training says, and when you look at your little dashboard, it says how many phishing attempts you've reported.
Mhm.
Do you want us to report? I mean,
Well,
We-
I got the
so-
Halloween one and I'm like,
Yeah.
should I bother Joe with this? He's just gotten his Rapid7 going. Does he really need to hear from me?
So it's actually a feature we haven't implemented
Okay.
because it skews the numbers in the test. There's actually a feature of Know Before where we can install a little extension in your Outlook,
Oh,
and you have a little button, you can highlight the message and click report.
oh, okay.
We also had some problems in our testing where it conflicts with our antivirus software that we run on the iPads and on the desktops or PCs. So we've chosen to not implement that feature.
If it's really
Yeah.
looks alarming to us,
Yeah.
then we should let
Please
you
tell
know.
us, please,
Okay.
we'd rather you tell us than not.
Okay. All right.
I'm so
Good with that?
paranoid that I replied on the Know Before training and said, is this a scam?
So did I.
and just so you know, that Know Before is the training system
Yeah.
that we
Correct.
use.
Yeah.
And we typically, Tori, that is one of
Yep.
Joe's folks, she will send out a notice, an email to you before and say, I'm going to send out a Know Before training. And then that way you know when it comes that it should be legitimate.
We also, she's doing that 90% of the time. But once in a while, she does see if she can catch somebody by not sending one out as well.
Carl,
Joe, see one of your bullet points, the second one there about talking to Kenwood to replace the land mobile.
Right, two-way radios.
Is fiber not able to
No,
accomplish the same thing or not?
so it's fiber will aid the mobile radios, but these are the
But
radios
not
that are.
replace them.
Right, you have to still be able to talk from the truck or from a handheld out in the field. Now, we're gonna tie the radios together with the fiber so that the repeaters talk to repeaters. We have a system-wide, at least the vision as it stands right now, is to have basically one system where you could talk from coming to Walden to Granby, all on one radio.
Well, and I would just ask the
Yeah.
question if the fiber would accomplish the same
It's
thing,
gonna,
but
it's
it's
gonna
not.
enhance it, but doesn't replace it.
Okay.
Yeah. And the system that we have currently is very old, and there are times that it does not work, and it's a safety issue for our guys to, so that one, we know where they are and we can communicate with them when they are in the field. And it's something that Don started and Adam has picked up and working with Joe to try and identify, a solution that will work for us and also work with fiber.
I'm old. Sometimes I don't work either.
I'm right there with you, Carl.
Any other questions? Human resources. and
That is me.
admin.
You have the human resources report. A couple things to point out under 6A1, Paylocity. That is a system that we have been looking at. We looked at a number of systems that will allow us to take many of our manual processes and tie them together. It will be a document vault for all things personnel as well. And we, after doing a couple of demos with companies, we landed on Paylocity. We believe that in the long run, it will actually save us money because it does a lot of the things that need to be done in paper format right now. It allows for different things to be moved across from one person to the next. And so it knows that, you have done the eval for your employee, the employee signs it electronically, you sign it electronically, it goes to Jessica or to me. And it also will help us with our performance management system, which is the system that we use for compensation purposes. It provides a training program too for employees, and it will get us out of paper, which is something that has not worked that well. It also provides updates and notices. So if Leah has an employee that has a eval due and it hasn't been done, it will send her a notification and say, you need to do this. And then she will know. And then it also sends something to her supervisor so that we can keep track and make sure that we are providing evaluations to employees on time. And then the other thing that I will point out is under 5B, the workers' compensation. We submitted our program to the state and were awarded a 5% premium reduction based on the program that we have related to workers' comp. And we'll attempt to answer any other questions you might have.
Are there any questions regarding HR? I have one question on Paylocity. Do you think overall it will sort of streamline the process and reduce the amount of energy it takes to implement performance management?
Yes. It allows you to do the format. It helps you in actually filling out the evaluations. It makes sure that everything is done correctly. It has the capability, because performance management is tied into compensation, to divide up the money that is available and to give a pool of money to the individual managers, and then they identify it. It tells you, what if we are in a range of 4 to 6%, it tells you what 4% is. It tells you what 6% is. If you go above the 6, it asks you to provide a justification as why you went above the 6%. And so I think that it will make the process work better and hopefully require less time on the part of the managers as they do it.
What does something like that cost?
About $6,000 a year.
Per year?
Yeah.
Okay, on to Rob's report. Mark?
Okay. We already talked about the July 7th event. We have information in there related to the test drive event that we did at the annual meeting. And I know Kristen experienced a couple of those vehicles. And I think you even tried out the electric bike.
I did. That was faster than I expected.
And that,
I almost hit the electric car on the way back. Glad we have an insurance policy.
and that electric bike is actually one that folds, so it's really easy to take with you. We have the numbers there for the annual meeting, and then key account with the Winter Park Resort that we are having conversations with them. And with that, I will try and answer any questions that you might have.
Carl,
I see, and I'm gonna murder his name, Mikulowski,
Great. Yes,
took the heat pump training.
yes.
What are we, just for his own knowledge, or is he gonna start installing, or what?
At this point, I think so that he understands how it needs to be done, can work closely with others that might be interested. I have not specifically talked to him, but I don't think he's going to start a side business installing the heat pumps.
What does it cost to send this, to do this at Tri-State?
I will get that number and get it back to you. I have a number in mind, but I don't know for certain that it is correct.
Well, is it a good practice? I mean, since we're getting into this electrify everything, to send some local people to
Well,
this thing? or
and we
not?
do have that program. The board approved what I will refer to as a scholarship program like 18 months ago, 2 years ago, that if somebody, and in fact, Kristen had sent somebody to me, and if we have a local business that wants to get into this, they can go down to Denver, and there are 2 certification programs, and we will pay the cost of the class.
At Tri-State?
Uh,
Or is this a
No,
This is a
this is
different
through the actual manufacturers, Mitsubishi, and there's one other one. I can't remember what the other one is.
Yeah, there's a few, but Mitsubishi is the big one.
Yeah, and so they have classes that they do in Denver, and so we will, if somebody's interested,
What's
we'll
the
provide it.
difference in what Tri-State is doing and what Mitsubishi is doing?
that's a good
I
question.
don't think that Tri-State had their program until Reg came along. And so we'll get information on the Tri-State one, because if somebody contacts us, we say, these are the options for you. And if the one that Tri-State has, it makes sense for people, we'll send them there too.
But we're waiting for people to come to us. We're not going out and trying to recruit.
We have talked to when a member contacts us, and we have also done outreach to electricians, plumbers, that type of thing, and haven't gotten a tremendous amount
We
of
have gotten
success.
Some though.
Yeah,
I think
but
there
some,
are some
yeah.
who've done it.
We have, I believe we've sent 2 through the program at this point. And by the way, you did a good job on this.
Any other questions for member relations? Okay, bills for payment. Any questions on the bills for payment? Seeing none. Credit card. Any questions on the credit card bills? I have a question on the fraudulent charge that Dawn got. Is that just to see if we're paying attention?
No,
Another phishing
we,
email?
we, each month you have to reconcile your credit card statement and have the receipts for it. And Don noticed the one charge on there, and he reached out to the company, and the company's like, we have no idea. But we were not the only ones that this came about. There were a couple of other co-ops that had a similar charge.
Huh.
And so we were able to identify that and get it taken care of.
Thank
From
you.
a vendor or something?
Well, it was from a vendor, but it was not the
Gotcha.
vendor that sent the charge in. It was somebody
Acting like the vendor.
acting like the vendor, yes.
Tim Raven shared with the board this last meeting with the legislative conference in Washington DC. He went out with Dwayne and Ken Reef and had breakfast. They had a special breakfast, 2 eggs, toast, coffee. $122 for that.
Well, it is
Restaurants,
Washington
so I can
DC.
never go there? What restaurant was that, so I could never go there?
What kind of coffee was it?
I don't think how much all that stuff costs.
Yeah, French pressed coffee. So really good stuff.
All right, any other comments on the credit cards or bills. Board open forum and associated reports. Talk about Tri-State.
Oh, yeah. Had Tri-State meeting the first 3 days of the week. In the E&O committee, which I sit on, Basin and Tri-State announced that they are not expecting any rolling brownouts, as you know, has been reported in the media. They expect most of those to hit in the far west California and in MISO's territory. And I told you about the RECs. The solar projects, Tri-State has 6 projects out for 725 megawatts, all to come online in 2023. But with the issues that solar is having and the tariffs on China, and dumping in Malaysia, Vietnam, etc., they don't expect any of them to come to fruition.
Carl, when you were talking about this, was that after the administration's announcement that they were going to
The defense
the
production,
defense production, was that after, or did you discuss how that might affect your project?
they don't expect it to affect it at all. And if it does affect it, to ramp up production in the United States or to get somebody to do that is going to take 2 to 3
Right,
years.
but my
Yeah, but-
understanding of that was that it provided us a time when the developers could use those solar panels and not get
Yeah, they're taking the
fines.
tariffs off.
They're taking
yeah.
the tariffs
Yeah,
off for 2 years. Well, they're not taking them off. They're just saying that
Suspended.
if we decide later there's gonna be a tariff action, we can't go back and ding you. So there's 2 years of,
You know,
They didn't
it's
think it
all
would
a
make a
crystal
matter.
ball thing.
Right,
They
right.
didn't think it would matter, but
okay,
it's going
Okay.
to affect
it'll be interesting. to see.
solar projects,
Yeah.
and I'm sure it will probably affect ours. I don't know. Most of the developers are, you know, bid those projects in around low 20s. And they're already raising them now to high 30s and low 40s. And there's a penalty on some of the PPAs, a huge amount of money if they don't come online, but they are expecting that the developers will call force majeure
Okay.
and walk away.
So if the developers are able to meet their contract obligations, then Tri-State will proceed with them, but
Oh,
Tri-State
yes,
doesn't
they will.
expect-
And
yeah.
they're, you know, what they expressed is that they're working with the developers. The developers right now are asking to bring those online at a year to a year and a half delay. If they can come to an agreement that, you know, between Tri-State and the developers, that's what they will do. So, yeah, Tri-State, you know, needs the,
They'd like the power.
yeah, they want the power because they've already you know, asked for it. And if we get those online by the end of 2024, we can still meet the ERP. So, and they, you know, the mandates by our wonderful legislators in Denver, but we can still meet those.
You got a little room, maybe.
Dwayne reported that XL is changing its opinion on marketing. They have tried to hold it within themselves so they can get wheeling charges and everything else, especially on transmission. But they are expected to join a day-ahead market and SPP will be the one this summer. They have been hot on Cal ISO and have found out that it's not going to work out. 3 senior employees, senior vice presidents were let go at Tri-State, plus 30 other employees. Brings the employee count down to somewhere a little over 1,000. They expect the savings to be 11 million bucks a year after 2024, because most of them were given a full year's severance, full year salary as severance. So it's caused some hard feelings down there a little bit, but it was kind of a surprise. The board voted to give a load development rate to Highline for a 25 megawatt crypto miner in Holyoke. But we can interrupt the power at any point in time. The price of the power will be $49.50. And $2 added on to that will go to Highline. Power from LRS, which is where this will come from, is costing Tri-State $28.48 right now.
That's per megawatt hour or
Say again?
$49.50 per megawatt hour?
Yes.
So it's the $6, Carl, with Highline getting their cut, $6 total.
No, it's
$49.50 for Tri-State, $2
Yeah,
added
so-
on to that for Highline.
Yeah, so 51.50
So
is
it's
the
5
price per
cents,
megawatt.
5.1 cents per kilowatt hour.
There was, quite a bit of discussion about these load development rates, but not many people take advantage of them.
No, I can't remember one that's what I was talking about.
But anyway, they are agreeable to let Tri-State interrupt that power if they need it at any point in time. And so, and it's twice what it's costing Tri-State, so not a bad deal, honestly, but the board voted to approve it. So that's all I have.
Thanks, Carl.
Carl, was it reorganization that go through the board or is that done all internal? With all management?
It's just
Just
like,
curious.
it's just like it is here at Mountain Parks. We hire Mark Johnson, and if he wants to fire everybody tomorrow, we either kick his ass and fire him or
Same.
go down the road.
I'm just curious.
And that won't happen because I can't do everybody's job. In fact, I can't do half the people's or 90% of the
Damn,
people's
it's hard to
jobs.
find good help.
Also, Tri-State hired, they called it Project Ascend.
That's was
To-
the reason
Yeah.
this happened.
So they hired an organization, a company, or
Hatchet
whatever,
out.
Cooper's Library.
specialist
Coming to
to
reorganize.
really look at where all their costs were coming from and how to contain costs. And this came out of that process.
We hired an outfit is called PwC. It's the name of the company that comes in and evaluates.
Yeah, it's
Your efficiency.
PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and tells you, they don't say you have to do this and this and this.
They just give you ideas.
Yes, make recommendations.
And Price Waterhouse and Cooper's Library used to be part of the Big Eight, which became the Big Five, and now I think it's like the Big Three. And so they've all merged with each other. And
Okay,
ours
Hope you
just-
save another.
Yeah.
I think
And lunch is here. if
lunch
we
is
would like
here,
to
so
break.
maybe we should break. And how long would people like for lunch?
It's 20 to 12.
20 to 12.
2 hours or so.
Oh, I don't know, yeah.
Lunch siesta.
How about we come back at 12:10?
How about if we never leave and we just start whenever we're ready?
Last man eating starts.
Feel free to spread out.
I did not.
Oh.
No, so it was it that's $4 election?
When did we take that little break?
We took it when Jeff was still president, and we took it at, after Mark's
Right now.
general
12:10,
manager
right?
report.
Yes,
Before the
action.
actions, yeah. Because his report we had along with, yeah.
Oh, we're just gonna try to grab another laptop.
Liz,
Yes, hi Justin. You want me to text you when we're back on?
yeah, and that works. I have at noon, we have our final closeout with the NRCS FEMA folks.
Oh, okay, yep.
But I don't think I need to be there the whole time, but it does start at
When does it start?
noon.
Noon time. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I'll try to be back by 12:15.
Okay, oh, okay, well, I'll tell you what, yeah, I'll text you when we start, but we'll make sure that we don't get into anything where we really need you.
Okay, thank you.
12:10.
I forgot that I was
Can we,
bring my lunch. So
did Joe already leave? Can we turn our mic and our,
This.
so we can turn the live stream just so it's something other than us. Oh, I don't know. I'm looking at this. They might. Yeah, I'll ask you. Can we turn the owl off?
No, maybe you broke right.
No, because if you turn it off, then the mic is off. No, it's not.
I don't see the mic on.
Joe will turn that off in just a minute.
Okay.
There are sodas and sparkling water, flavored sparkling water in the refrigerator. And then if you clean up your plate, there's also cheesecake. No.
When are you going to Bangkok? Next month or?
On the July 11th.
Is that for the
work.
job that you were thinking about, or?
Yep.
You're just gonna go find out about it?
No, it's an international conference.
Oh.
And so just happens to be in an interesting location this time. They're usually in Canada or something.
Have you been to Bangkok?
Have you been there?
For your service.
What's it like?
Easy come,
No,
easy go.
a couple hours.
I like Thai food, so I'm
Busy,
looking forward
busy
to it.
as hell.
So I'm looking forward to it. Steamboat, his sister's husband is.
The open one here.
No, he's all on the, in the southeast. He won't open a restaurant in Colorado. And Denver and Steamboat, it's all, you know, you're popular for 6 months and then it's some other restaurant.
Okay.
It's just the mainstay. places.
You compete with the barbecue guys in the southeast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still patrolling?
Yes.
Yeah, you're gonna be the last man out with all that. John or not?
It's,
Anybody?
I love my
anybody?
locker.
I know, you're gonna be the last of the whole crew, huh?
There's some older people that
John and Pat.
our younger son already has been on for 18 years.
Yeah, I'm pro patrol.
Um,
How are you
What you got there?
doing?
I'm a weekend volunteer, yeah.
I used to.
Guessing that's the same
Patrol
thing
a lot.
you
Oh, yeah, yep.
But it's
Time
fun.
for 'em. You guys still national or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's a great, it's a nice.
I go-
Get to hang around with people
Yeah,
that are pretty good. Yeah.
Take it home with you.
I will.
Dinner.
Yeah, how do you mute it?
I haven't got that sausage yet.
How do you mute?
I'm
the,
supposed to
How
pick
do
it
you
up.
mute the,
Went down,
okay,
we did it for Tri-State.
okay.
But here lately, I don't get out of Tri-State until 3 or 4 o'clock, and I don't want to stop anywhere, just get my ass home. So,
Yeah.
I'll get you a couple there.
Right.
finish, if it's okay, we'll finish board open forum.
Yeah.
And associated reports. So I think we finished with Carl.
Yes, and
did.
yes, we
Do
did.
need
And then
to-
we will need emergency business. We've got something on that. So.
Okay, so Jeff, CRA?
Yeah, we had a CRA meeting. It was down in Blue Valley. It was pretty good. I got to go do a tour of a CSU powerhouse down there. It's really interesting. Burning hydrogen through all sorts of different kind of generators and stuff like that. So I'm trying to utilize the pipelines and stuff in place. So that was pretty cool.
Experimental.
Yeah, yeah. What was it again, Jeff? So CSU powerhouse.
At their research deal.
Yeah,
My kids used to work there.
really?
Yeah.
Cool
My
stuff and
son-in-law
cool
was
stuff.
there. Yeah, I could spend weeks in there.
They
Yeah.
have different, lots of different things.
Yeah, a lot
they're
of different
doing in
stuff
there.
going on in there. Like they had an algae thing going on. I can't remember. Robotics, they have a whole, they have a vehicle shop. They probably have 6 or 7 cars going in there, electric stuff. It's pretty neat.
So anything coming about that they're working on that we
Hydrogen,
can
it
depend
sounds,
on?
the bulk of it was their hydrogen facility.
Blue hydrogen.
They have a miniature compression station in there. After doing Caterpillar's got some engines in there that they're Kohler burn different things to them. So it's pretty good. We got a meeting, a joint managers meeting down in Durango in August.
August 1st and 2nd.
Mark's gonna head down for that. Should be a pretty good meeting. They want to talk about the possibility of a resource adequacy bill being proposed by Excel in the next legislative session. Sounds like it's kind of in the works. There'll be a lot of disagreement, it sounds like, probably among the co-ops on how to handle that portion and how the co-op should be in that picture, because basically it directs the PUC to look at your resource plan. So it's whether you want that.
And make sure that it's gonna be there.
Exactly. Yeah. So,
And how it dovetails with NERC and FERC, probably.
yeah, and then the new, they want to include like the Guzmans and the crossovers and that sort of stuff should be also in that plan. So
Is there any talk about Comanche at CREA? Because that's Holy Cross, right, as well as Excel.
just the lawsuit they got going down there.
Yeah, just the fact that it hasn't operated.
Yeah, it
for a
hasn't
while.
operated. And they just lost a couple of people. I saw that. So. Other than that, we had some NRECA resolutions presented. One was presented by Holy Cross to support demand response programs. There was a proposal by United and Tri-State for support for USDA development programs, and that's for the coal transition to get funding for, when you're shutting down assets early. That proposal, Tri-State had a proposal, and it was shot down at the last minute at the national conference or whatever that is. The southern states, it sounded like they don't want it. They're saying that
Their concern is that it would force people to close plants early.
yeah, not only that, but it's right in the reliability. They think they're selling it right in the reliability. So that's about it. I think you guys all have their report. It's a busy legislative session. They were involved in about 33 bills. We got the micro bill passed, so there's some money available there, like 3.1 million. I think it was reduced to, but so, yeah. Oh, Dale Klishbaugh. He's either left or is leaving.
I think he's gone now.
Yeah, he's the head safety guy at CREA. He went to Altitude. So CREA's looking for a safety coordinator as well. And I think Mark reported on it, but Core / the old Intermountain, they dropped out of CREA and NRECA. So
They're not going to actually exit. They won't participate, but they're not going to officially exit until September, I think.
Yeah. But it possibly has some budget impacts on CRA, not this year, but following years to make up that difference. But
Okay, any other board, any other thing people want to bring up? I can just say, there was a rate design committee meeting, the 24th and 25th of May. That was before the initial decision on the building. Issues came out. We spent a lot of time talking about tilt and whether or not transmission costs should be direct assigned or not, whether or not membership fees like the membership programs, the Regis program, are those going to be subscriber based or spread amongst all the co-ops? Then at the end, it was pretty much like, well, FERC's going to decide all of this anyway. Maybe it was just, to me, I could give Don Cairns, who's the chairperson, tons of credit for staying positive, but in reality, it's going to kind of get dictated to Tri-State what's got to be in that rate filing, and it's going to make, in my opinion, people very unhappy, and I just, it'll be interesting. I think for us, one thing I'll say is, after reading that decision and also the partial requirement settlement, I asked Mark if he would help me understand better the transmission delivery points that Mountain Parks has, because I think that that's going to be discussed in all the FERC proceedings, and it may have an impact on how we get charged. And so Mark and Scott and I will meet on the 15th. And if any other board members are interested in learning about the delivery points, it will be from 3 to 4. And I think, you're welcome to come.
And we can set up a Zoom if someone wants to come, but
yeah.
can't make it here.
Right. So
That's gonna, in my mind, gonna affect our partial requirements contract. It's where we take power.
well, in that settlement, it and that some areas were constrained and others aren't, didn't have those
I know, but
constraints.
I mean personally the amount of
Right.
cars.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think they've looked at that, but
I don't know if they ever know.
But I guess from my perspective, it's more whether or not, okay, yeah, I just want to understand how our
Yeah.
delivery points and our system works better. So people are invited. How many people can come without us having to notice it?
It has to be less than 50%. I think it's 3.
Well, you got some, yeah.
And how much time do we need to notice? Oh, so we've already missed it. So 2 people can attend.
No, so, I mean, if you're not taking action, there's no consequence.
Okay. Okay, so as many people can.
I shouldn't say there's no consequence. Because I'm not aware of any consequence. Even if you don't, because the statute doesn't spell it out. But if you're not taking action, I don't know what the consequence, I can't think of what the consequence would be. If you are taking action, the consequence theoretically would be the action. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So that is June 15th, 3 to 4. I can send that out.
Next week. Well,
Yeah, next
Yeah,
Wednesday.
next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday. Just text Justin, see if he's can get back on.
He is on,
he
he's
is
just
on.
muted.
Okay,
And his
Justin, you
camera's
there?
off.
Here.
So you're good.
No, he had a visit.
Visiting the library?
No, he had a for that flood mitigation project. He had a final visit that he needed to go out in. Okay, I don't think Green Powers will have a Zoom meeting on the 16th concerning whether or not Green Power can help out with any sort of affordable housing projects. So that's on the discussion docket. Anything else?
What'd you do? Get an endowment from somebody?
No, but there is a recurring revenue stream of about, what, $36,000 a year.
But for a specific purpose, not for affordable housing.
Well, I don't think it, so the question was, would the Green Power Board entertain helping out with costs to put solar on affordable housing or costs to put heat pumps on the affordable housing? I think before the Green Power needs to discuss this further and decide what they might want to do. And then it would come to this board and they would say, here's what we recommend, here's what we'd like to do, and it would get requested before it happens. But they need to have that discussion first. They've just been approached. So.
On that note, I have a couple
Okay.
updates.
Yep.
So I believe I mentioned last month that I had some contacts for Mark Johnston on heat pumps and offering incentives. And since that time, it's my understanding that Mitsubishi has offered the same incentives that they're offering in Boulder County, where they're offering discounts on heat pumps to folks that are rebuilding their homes, and that they're willing to extend that same offer here. So that's good news. I don't know if anyone will take them up on it, but it certainly is a nice complement to the Mountain Parks and Tri-State incentives that are available. And then also, I just wanted to take this time during the open board forum. We just had an annual meeting and an election, and we had some changes in the process this year, moving to a third party to do the voting counting. And I thought we might spend a minute talking about what went right or if there's opportunities for improvement. I know I heard that, I saw that the design had both joint members that should have been listed on the envelope that could sign and return the ballot. But maybe some folks felt that the person that received the envelope was not necessarily the same person as still signing the bills, or maybe the mayor of Fraser Winter Park signed and then it was voided or something. So just some thoughts, like how did it go from folks who are actually working with the election supervisory committee?
So real quick, this was a second year.
Yes.
Okay, second.
Well, Cray was there and had the opportunity to oversee, or at least observe. And I think it went fairly smoothly. The committee was here. We got we had picked up what I call the mailbox and moved it over. So we walked over, we brought those back, and the three members of the committee went through and they all agreed on all of them. That was one of the situations that came up with the mayor had signed and he's not listed on the account for the city. And we took notes and made sure that we are contacting all those people whose ballots were not counted. And in some cases, I think, or there was at least one case where I believe it was a brothers, and both of them are on one account. Only one of them is on the other account, and the person that was on the one account signed, and the other guy not for the other. So they kind of got them mixed up a little bit. But I believe of all the ones that we received, we had 18 that the committee determined not to count. Most of them that were in there, because there were a total of 40, 44, 46. They did count. We were able to provide information that they felt comfortable with. And I think all in all, the process went pretty smoothly.
Yeah, I thought, at that time, I guess I was a candidate rather than a director, but I was invited to come that day and observe with the election committee. Two things I guess I would take. When I had my 15 signatures, my petition submitted, then immediately I got a list of my District 2 members. And then I think at a point later in time, when Dick had submitted his petition to run, then I got an updated list, and it was in a fairly different format. Different columns, but it was an improved version, so I was happy about that.
There was improved about it?
Well, it had like if there's two members' names, it had two columns.
Yeah.
And the original version just had maybe the first person that was named, that sort of thing. But
Yeah.
it was much improved, so that was good to see. But the only, I guess, suggestion for improvement, and it didn't matter in the end, because when the committee was reviewing it, there was a staff person, I can't recall her name.
Lindsay.
She had her computer and she had 4 or 5 different sources to go to about who's the member, who's a non-member, that sort of thing. But I guess there were 3 categories of disputed ballots. It was people, like you mentioned, the mayor of Fraser, thinking he could sign when he's not, the official signer, and they just don't keep up with. Like Chris Manguso signed for the Board of County Commissioners. Well, she's a commissioner, but she's not an authorized signer. So that's easy to review and discount those. But and then there were the ones that are kind of the, Bob's Living Trust, where they have a trustee who's changed, but they haven't updated Mountain Park. So these are all kind of the burden that's on the member, not Mountain Parks. But it was kind of funny because I think there were 3 or 4 that were either friends or neighbors. And I think 2 of them signed my petition, and they physically weren't on the ballot, even though they were members.
Did
I
the
think
ballot
they named,
actually
I think they
include
named
both
the first
Joint
name.
members?
The ballot didn't have names. The ballots don't have names.
The
It's-
envelope
the
has
envelope
names,
has
and
names.
then it says that it has to be signed by one of the joint
Yeah.
members, right?
And we changed the instructions for voting the ballot to say that it can be signed by either joint member.
Yes. Yeah, like for instance, Stephanie Carey, she was on the envelope or whatever. But Tom Carey, her husband, who's also a member, was not. Tom voted. And once we cleared it up in the account, it was fine, but maybe there's a way next time, if you're a member,
Yeah.
Jane and John will both somehow be on the envelope or something.
Well,
If
and
there's
we,
room.
That's the general rule is that
Yeah.
they are.
and
So I don't remember specifically what you're talking about, Craig,
Yeah.
but that would have just been that. Like I said, the rule is,
Yeah.
we haven't set up that joint members are both on the envelope.
Yeah.
And
and you can have
So
a
that was
member,
just a
have someone who is a
exception for some
member,
reason.
Yeah.
and then there can be an authorized signer on the account. And I think sometimes husband and wife, one is on the account, but the other is listed as an authorized signer, but technically is not a joint member
Yeah.
because the account was set up with just the one name.
Yeah, so I actually have a follow-up question about that, because at the annual meeting, I went and signed in, and obviously they know I'm a member, and my joint member was with me, and when signing in, was told that he is not listed as a member, which is not accurate, because I know we signed up as joint members. So I'm curious, is there some way that one can go into the portal and check these settings, check who's listed as the voting member or joint member, and update that?
I don't believe in Smart Hub, it has that kind of access, obviously you can contact us and we can provide you with all of the information of what's on there. What we did for a number of the businesses is we sent out, and it was on the bill, please update before we got to sending out the ballots, please update your account for the authorized signers. And we had some, but very few that did contact us back. And I think that's part of the challenges that we had, is that, the person was the authorized signer, doesn't necessarily work for the business anymore, and they just don't update. So we've been trying to reach out and try and, get people to update things, but we're not.
Is there a way that we can add some functionality on Smart Hub so people can go and update these things? So we don't have to have people call in or come into the office or.
Well,
send
to
out
be a member,
mailers?
you have to sign the application.
Right.
So do that through Smart.
Sign something.
I don't know.
Well, you'd
That was
have
my
to-
question.
And
I
then
don't
you
know
have
if
to
they can.
think about.
It's not just a matter of
Yeah.
typing in a name. It's how I thought you were saying.
We have,
Legal application.
Yeah. When, for new people can sign up, there is a process that they can do online to do that, but it still does require some intervention on our side. But I don't know that there is the capabilities currently within ISC to feed over the list of people that are on the account. I will check on that and find out.
And one thing too, to be cognizant of if we're adding and subtracting names who are actually members, is the patronage capital implications. Because if for a long time, there was one person as the member, you add someone else to that account, then the patronage capital accrues to the joint members, not to the one member. And so that's a change that needs to, it can't just be.
Sure, there's complications, but
But-
surely if our members intended to have joint members and we're
Right.
improperly listing a
Right,
single member.
right, I agree.
Or if people get divorced and they no longer want to be joint members, we need to have a process that's
Well,
not
I can tell you.
very difficult for
From
people.
my perspective, I went in the office and took care of my joint membership on
Great.
one thing. But I mean, that's, not everyone has the time to do that, but it was complicated somewhat because that meter changes from having one person as the member to having two people. It's like a new account almost.
Well, the takeaway for me in the end was that, the disputed ballots were only 40 out of hundreds and hundreds.
600.
Yeah, so that was a small number. And at the end of the review session, it was only just a fraction of the 40 some that were just not, or that were invalid.
Yeah,
One-
and
one ballot
some of
had-
those, they
Yeah.
didn't even sign, and that's why it was invalidated by the committee.
One ballot was just the mailed in envelope that was empty. So it was
Hard
confusing, but I
hard
think
to determine.
the take on it, from my view, was it was a pretty good election process.
So just, go ahead, Carl.
You brought up Christine Manguso, the county commissioner,
Yes.
being able to sign for the county.
Well,
Not able
not
to.
being able to, yeah.
Well, if she was designated by the county
She
to
wasn't.
do that,
She wasn't.
Right, that was the
but
issue.
if she is,
If she was, she could have voted it, yes,
can she vote again as a simple member?
yes. Because it
So
would be,
she can
it would
vote.
be, she would be voting for the county as a member.
The
And
county is
then
voting.
she
She's
would
just
be
the one.
voting
submitting
for, say, her residential account as a
So
member.
she could vote twice.
Well,
How-
she-
Well, technically,
she-
she's not voting
Exactly.
twice. It's
The
she is
county
the
is
county in voting.
So using that as an example, if I were someone working for the county, how would I check who is authorized to vote for the county? Or for say a business?
Typically, they have called us. We have sent out information to them as well. And I believe that the way the county does it is that they the commissioners authorize somebody to do that. And it is the county manager or assistant manager, and those have changed over the last couple of years, more than once.
But there's no way to go in and log in somewhere and see.
No, and not that I'm aware of.
And
And
we don't send out an emailer that says, this is the person who votes. If this is out of date, update it.
no, we've done it on the bills and sent out bill stuffers and that type of thing to get people to look at who it is. Because in many cases,
But how could people look at who it is? If there's no way to do it
Well,
online and
that they
not
would call
telling
us.
who it is.
They
Okay.
would call us and tell us. But with a lot of organizations, in order to be that authorized signer, the board or governing body for that organization has to appoint somebody. And so if we send it out and they call us and say, just change this, we may, in some instances, ask for something that shows that is the authorized person. And I don't know that we were contacted by very many after we did reach out through mailings.
So we do send mailings, but they don't say,
It doesn't say, yes,
Okay.
it's notes on the bill, it's statement stuffers. And
but
then
a lot of people don't receive those
They-
in the mail anymore.
But
They
it's
just
on
auto
your-
pay.
can be on your-
but the message would still, and the statement stuffer would still be electronic. It would come through with the electronic bill that you get.
I guess part of it should be just like when you're registered to vote in a political election. If you move or, it's kind of the voter's responsibility to,
Yeah.
you know,
There's an easy
Yeah.
website you can go see to
Yeah.
see your registration information if you don't really have that. So that's why I was asking, can
Yeah.
we do something for the portal or whatnot to make it easier for folks, if they're businesses or the county or the town, or just regular members to update their voting information. So appreciate looking into that.
Okay, and I think by policy, we have to have a report on the annual meeting. We sort of had a report, but I'm guessing when Rob comes back, he may give us actual quorum numbers and,
Oh, they're in his report.
okay.
Um,
So
that-
that should
yeah,
cover
this month.
that. That should cover the policy then. All right. Emergency business.
Well, we have no old or new business.
We have-
So we are to emergency business. And I sent out to board members the dates that were available for the facilitator to have the discussion related to districts. And those were April 15th through the 19th. So it's basically the, I think, second full week of August. Let's see. Okay, it is actually the third full week of August, the 15th through the 19th, and the fourth week, which is the 22nd through the 26th. Those are the dates that he was available. And if those don't work, then it would move beyond those dates. And he indicated that he would attend virtually and that it would, that his portion of it would probably be, well, he said not take up a lot of time, but I would expect that he would stay on so that as you work through the process, that he would be a resource. So
What were those dates again?
April 15th through the 19th,
August? Oh,
August, sorry, August 15th through the 19th and August 22nd through the 26th. So it's the third and fourth full weeks of August.
And who was the facilitator?
Ty,
Or
It's
Uh,
Ty
was it through NRCA? Or who
Ty
was it through?
Thompson.
Oh, Ty Thompson.
Oh, you know him?
He,
Does he do some classes?
he's an attorney. He was the head of the ECPA, the NRCA.
no, if he's an
Seen for a
attorney,
long time.
maybe we don't want him.
He's on, oh, he's good.
so what would be the board participation in this?
Well, the meeting would be for the board members to discuss the districts and allocation of members within the district.
Yeah, so it's a special meeting.
It would be most likely a single day, so it would be a half or a full day, depending on discussion.
And do people have, right now, do we have some definite no-goes? I'm guessing, Justin, which day is Monday through Friday, which is your best day?
I like that, the 20, or that later one, the Tuesday, the 23rd, if that's available.
Yeah, do other people have issues with Tuesday, the 23rd? Okay, August 23rd it is.
Okay.
Give me just a second, hold on.
Oh,
Yep, no.
Okay, then I will email Ty back and let him know that the 23rd would be the best date for the board.
I mean, you'll do this, I'm sure. Mark would just ask if he has any literature material he'd like us to look at ahead of time, so we can streamline that.
And I think Liz had, when we discussed this the first time 2 or 3 months ago, Liz had sent out some information on a class that she had taken.
right, I
That
think
we
I
all
did.
took.
Oh, that,
A
okay.
whole
It
bunch
was
of
a
us took.
CCD class.
Yeah, so I think I sent that out, but I could revisit that and, yeah. I think that's good point, Justin. Okay, let's go, if Levi, if we can do this at this point, let's go.
We should probably do a
recess.
motion
Can
actually
we-
for that special meeting,
Okay,
to set that special
okay.
meeting.
Can someone make a motion to set the special meeting date to review districts?
So moved.
For August 23rd?
For August
moved.
23rd. Seconded.
Okay. Motion by Carl, second by Kristen. All in favor?
Do we have a time?
No, we
Not
will,
yet.
when I contact him, I'll see if there's a specific time that he wants to do it. I would assume that we will start, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning.
I gotta drive an hour, start at 9.
Okay. 9. We'll have breakfast, right?
Under old business, or are we still on open board forum?
This was
We
under
actually
emergency
put
business.
Emergency business because we took an action. We will likely have to
We will
ratify
ratify it next month.
the July meeting. Okay, can we recess this board meeting and go into Mount
Well,
Park Service?
So actually, what we need to do is, this board needs to take action to elect to elect the directors for Mountain Park Services.
Okay, so we
So-
move to,
I have a resolution that would elect each of you as directors of the Mountain Park Services Board.
okay,
Same one you passed last year, except for as Craig. Craig's CRAY.
okay, so Craig, Mountain Park Services is a subsidiary of Mountain Parks Electric. And it's allowed to do, well, I may misstate it, but it's allowed to do pretty much anything except for selling electricity. Sort
I
of,
think so, yeah.
or violating laws.
Okay.
Um,
And it's a
So,
regular corporation, not a cooperative. So it doesn't.
And actually, it does
has
sell
different
electricity
setup.
because it owns the,
but not.
yes. It can't sell electricity retail.
Right.
Okay, do you want to, I need a motion to approve the resolution to elect the directors of Mountain Parks Board to be directors of the Mountain Park Services.
So
Okay, moved by Jeff, seconded by Carl, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we need to recess.
Now you would have a Mountain Park Services meeting to, at a minimum, elect the officers.
Okay,
But yeah, I would just finish this meeting.
Well, except to finish this meeting, you'll go into executive session.
Yeah, that's fine.
But
Mountain Park Services doesn't need to be on.
No, I know, but there is part of the executive session that not everybody other than the board will be in there.
Say that what?
There is part of the executive session that will be just the board.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not following.
So,
Because we only need the board for the Mount Park Services meeting.
Okay.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Because, right, that's all we're doing is
well,
electing
yeah,
officers.
I mean,
Did you
it
have
seems
anything
like,
else for
well,
Mount
I
Park
was
Services?
just like, it seems like we could elect the officers now.
Go for it.
And be done
Okay.
with it.
Okay,
So-
so we got a recess at Mount
so-
Parks electric meeting, go to Mount Park Services, then come back into Mount
Yeah,
Parks. That's
So
exactly-
I'd like a motion to
what
recess
you
the
wanna do.
Mount
Go for it.
Parks electric meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion, Levi? All
I
in
said my
favor?
piece.
All in
Aye.
favor? Any opposed? Okay, we're recessed. I'm the president of Mountain Park Services. So I call this meeting of June 9th, 2022 to order. We have a quorum. And we need to, I didn't look to see if there are minutes from our last meeting. We need to redo our officer reorg.
You do, and yeah, there should be minutes from a previous meeting, but we don't have them, so I guess we'll do both.
Those will
The
just be approved
next
at the
meeting.
next meeting.
Meeting
that you
of
have.
the officers. Okay. So, Carl,
I make a motion, and I don't know who the officers are, but that the slate of officers stay as is and be reelected.
Yeah, was Dick an officer?
Yes,
So-
I think he was.
Dick.
Oh, Dick was.
Since I don't remember who they are, so if nobody else remembers.
Liz
Well,
is the
I'm
president.
That's all, yeah.
Justin was were you the vice president, Justin? Of Mountain Park Services or the treasurer?
Either myself or Dick, so can't remember.
Okay, well, come up with a new slate,
Haven't
Carl.
we in the past made so the presidents would be different?
Different, yeah. I was thinking that too. Justin, would
did
you
what?
take on the VP
Presidents are
role?
different.
I mean, the president role of Mountain Park Services?
Different than.
If nominated, no problem.
Okay.
Make a difference.
Would you be
I'll
VP?
nominate Justin. I don't
Okay.
think, I don't know. It seems
Let's-
like that's what we've done
Can we
in the past.
nominate a whole slate? Any
So-
interest in a VP for Mountain Park Services? Anyone jumping out of their seat to do that? Kristen?
Sure.
Okay. How about a treasurer? Craig, Mark, Carl? Craig? Want to take on being a treasurer? Mark said he doesn't like numbers.
Yeah,
There's the guy, the new guy.
A new
If
guy.
I'm suitable being a new board member,
Yeah.
I'll accept that.
Okay, and we need a secretary probably. Or can we have a? Jeff can be the secretary.
I thought Mark said he wanted.
No,
Yeah, that's, either way.
Go ahead.
Okay, can we have a motion to approve Justin as the president, Kristen as the vice president, Cray as the treasurer, and Jeff as the secretary of Mountain Park Services?
I thought that was my motion to start with.
No, it's a little different, because Dick.
Well, it is now. so-
Okay.
Okay. I will
Okay,
record that as
motion
you.
by Carl. I'm slow, Paul.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. And then Justin, can you adjourn the Mount Park Services meeting?
Yep, if there's no other further business, we can adjourn. Do I have a motion? Do we have a motion?
Yes,
Great.
I move that we adjourn the Mount Park Services.
Liz moved. Mark second. All those in favor? Meeting adjourned.
Okay, all right. I don't have everything written down that you
Jeff
have
has it
for
right.
the executive session.
Ready for that?
I think, is there any other board business we need to get into before we go into executive session?
I forgot to show off Carl's plaque. I'm sorry.
We need to officially reconvene,
Oh, yeah.
No,
reconvene, call the order
Meeting
again.
after last.
Oh, cool. Good for you, Carl.
At the Tri-State annual meeting, he got recognized as 10-year service award. So I was
Nice.
hoping we put that
Lovely.
up. Joe, Carl. For him.
We can,
And he re-upped.
and we'll put his name on the back of his chair.
Thank you, Jeff. And
Okay.
I just want to say thanks to Carl and thanks to Jeff for leading the organization for the last 5 years and for all you've done with CREA as well during that time. So
Thank you.
thank you. I want to note that you guys thanked Jonathan and recognized him. So I thought that was really nice. So anyways. Thanks. Congrats to everyone all around.
Can we make a motion, Liz, on the?
Yeah,
Yes, okay, so hopefully I have everything here. Make a motion, we move into executive session for employee housing timeline, partial requirements, personnel matters, fiber, member concerns, locates, tri-state legal costs.
Nope, I lost you. Personnel, what was it after personnel?
Oh, sorry, fiber. Okay, member concerns, reference locates. Tri-state legal costs. Just we could also list Dick in there. We can talk about Mr. Z. In a positive way.
Maybe.
Okay, so I have to discuss personnel numbers, fiber, member concerns, legal costs, former directors. What did I miss?
First two were employee housing and
Okay.
partial requirements.
Did
Okay.
we mention earlier, we're going to talk about
oh yeah.
property
I
sales?
think that comes under the employee housing. Would that come under?
Yeah.
Liz, I don't know if you,
that?
so personnel
So-
matters, you want to,
Yeah, do you want to leave that to the end or I mean,
I'd say so.
that'd be the easiest, I think.
Yeah,
Um,
that way.
so everyone can stay for fiber, probably the member concerns. And then we can work through it.
Yeah.
So I need a second and I need all in favor or any more discussion, all in favor,
Mhm.
any opposed? Okay, we're in executive session.
Okay, so you can kill the stream, Joe. And Leah, Adam, Scott, if you guys don't want to stay, you don't need to, but you can if you want to, so.
That'd be good to have for at least a locate